Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another Championship Sunday in the U18 Call of Duty League. I'm Shake, along with me is Graf. This is the U18 Rising Stars Cup, brought to you by the U18 COD League and Gamer X Society. Graf, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I really do think we've got a great day of some great COD ahead of us. We've got some pretty interesting matches. I'd say the most interesting one slated for today will be this first one. Unity Visual and KAOS. Both of these teams had a really strong showing yesterday, but ended up down in the losers bracket. And they're both looking to keep going, make it to that losers finals. So I think this is going to be the big one to watch.
Yeah, definitely. I think it may end up being one of the more competitive matches of the day. It's one of those ones you look at and you're like, oh boy, why do these two teams play each other so early? Imagine this was like a losers finals matchup. That'd be awesome. But one of these two teams has to go home, and these are probably two of the dark horses trying to compete for what we were talking about. That true four spot at the top of the league. This is kind of what this is down for, right? I mean, this is the top four of the league, but you can really cement your spot here today. Let's kind of talk about the match. I think most of the players are just about good to go, so that's the good news there. Don't know if we got maps for this first series.
Yeah, grabbing them real quick. But
Perfect.
you know what? I mean, we're starting it off with a protocol hardpoint. After that, heading over to some map 3 Hacienda control. After that, we've got Hacienda hardpoint and then Hacienda as the S&D. So 3 Haciendas again for what is, I believe, the third time on stream in just this cup. So a pretty interesting tournament set, and pretty indicative that a lot of these teams are getting a lot more comfortable with playing Hacienda. But we're already into it on protocol hardpoint, and the Unity Visual, they're taking some names here early.
Getting it going hot and heavy in KAOS. They got to battle back. We saw them, kind of struggle in the hard points yesterday. So this is not necessarily anything too unpredictable for the side of KAOS. It's kind of been tail of the tape for them that they struggle a little bit on the hard point, but looking to battle back here with a little bit of late P1 time rotations already needing to happen towards that P2, and Kliz gives them that friendly reminder with a headshot top cannon over on that P2 side, locking it down. Not on the hill just yet. Hill adjacent. Kliz does get taken down. A good 3 dead in the feed. Now KAOS needs to turn that to some time.
Yeah, they're doing just that, but a couple players pretty far back. They can't really help Bismuth right now, but the nade is absolutely perfect to get him some help he needs. He finds 2, but still, it's the break for Mystic to keep this point great for now. It's now contested as in come Unity Visual, and they get a great break onto the point. A little bit of over-reluctance to get in and get mixy with it from KAOS will lead them to losing a lot of the points that they could have had. They had a great setup potential. They just couldn't quite cash it in as AGF pushing forward. They'll get the re-break is another good play from KAOS. They're going to get some time, but again, Unity Visual, they're maintaining those P3 spawns. They're keeping KAOS back, but they got to be very careful with Bismuth in the back end right now.
Yeah, that's going to be the key player back there. They sniffed him out. They took care of Bismuth, and now Unity Visual is pretty much in total control of the P3. The spawns come through for KAOS, so Bismuth's play was pretty influential. Gene, though, right on top of it, picks up 1, hunting the second. We'll see what happens with that. Oh, not quite inevitable. There it is. Unity Visual still there, locking in. And you talked about that nice re-break out of KAOS. Maybe that effort might have been, better served working with Bismuth, so you really lock down that backside instead of pushing for that last 15 seconds. But Suni popping up, getting a kill, trying to work his best.
Yeah, they will establish those spawns, and now this time it's Mystic hitting this alt route, trying to find a good flank here. He's got a great opportunity. He'll get 1 for free. Needs more than that, though, as the hill will temporarily flip, but there's still 1 on that second story looking to make something happen. They will find 1. I believe it's Taff in the feed. That was that player on the top floor. So for now, KAOS, they're going to soak the rest of that scrap, but down to a critical P4 we go.
Rolling right up, down to the Bat Cave. Don't forget the bat suit. Who's gonna go big? Who's gonna go massive? Right now, it's been Unity Visual Chaos, though. They're sticking around. They're keeping it close enough that if they can get one of these hills, just a real lockdown, they can take a lead right back. But easier said than done, especially when Gene wants to pop a three-piece like that. Oh my! Oh no, that was not Gene. I'm sorry. It was probably Cliz. I think it's one up. It's just.
It's a solid
Sorry.
podcaster L right there, you know?
Yeah, and you want to give gas to the appropriate players, but Codcaster said no.
Ooh, Bismuth gets a nice first one. There's still a lot of players in front of him, though. Needs to make something happen, but over challenge just a little bit. And that'll lead to Unity Visual maintaining great control over this P4. They've run away with it a little bit with a almost full 60 on this P4, as now KAOS, they barely have time for another hit. They might as well just hit that rotation over to P1 as Smooth. Gonna get cleared out of the top floor. And we're back to P1 again. It's Geen the first one here, but KAOS, they're the ones with a lot of positioning to work off of. Cliz over by the side, though. Apologies, it's Mystic making stuff happen still. Trying to pick off these players as Unity Visual. I mean, hitting that P4 to P1 rotation is huge for them.
Oh, Gene just gets another big kill there. It's actually Gene. Don't worry, Chad. And popping off is this Unity Visual squad. Just really commanding the team right now. Almost a 90-point lead. Taking care of business. We thought this one might be competitive, but hey, it's early in the series, excuse me. And what happened yesterday? KAOS got beat up in the HP and then rattled off 3 maps in a row in one match we were watching. So don't sleep on them in the long game, but Unity Visual definitely looking strong early.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out, Mystic quadruple positive right now, 16 and 4. 6 streak and looking towards that Hellstorm. He is absolutely frying right now, but so is Cliz. 16 and 13. Definitely more of a Slayer, definitely more of that aggro play, but right now, it's Mystic just soaking this hill time. He's going to get flanked up. He will still find one before getting taken down. Don't believe the Hellstorm's online. Just barely short. Smooth, though. The greatest timing. And that'll again be Unity Visual. An easy spot onto the point. Can they hold on?
Good question. Can they hold? P2 up in the air. KAOS trying to break on through the front. Suni finding a couple. Trying to lock this down. Gets cut down by the player up mid. So now it's going to be Unity Visual's hill just again. Smooth finding the second. A little bit of a drop shot, looking pretty here on Protocol. Mystic locking down mid, 17 and 6. Finisher kills. There it is, 18 and 6 for the young man at the moment. One player was spotted up top, tries to get a little aggressive. Mystic just gonna back on up a little bit. P3 pops over the 200-point mark. Not likely they'll close it out here. Definitely possible. Unity Visual just sinking their teeth in, making a statement during map 1.
Yeah, this is a tough situation, though. KAOS already found a couple on this break. Liz, oh, he had a shot to get a couple there, but doesn't find either one. Sort of goes halfway between both and lets that regen come through as Unity Visual do get broken very, very swiftly. But KAOS, they've got a lot of rope to pull on if they want to try and bring this one back even, especially with a P4 coming up that they played so well on previously for the side of Unity Visual. But the break on P3 is so detrimental, and you see them. They're already rotating down to P4. They know this is the hill that they want to try and win on, but they get completely cleared out by Bismuth. It's Cliz to trade one back. He's still here, still lurking around, trying to make something happen. There's a lot of purple in front of him. He's going to grab one, still looking for more, get some help from the team, and it's an absolute cleanup. 4 down with nothing to spare, and that might just do it for Unity Visual in map 1.
Yeah, put the stamp on it, signed, sealed, delivered. That should be a map victory, just about 7 points. Biz trying to make it interesting. Couple of players trying to push through big door. You get a 3 push, see what they're able to do. Too little, too late. Unity Visual. They will take the map number 1. Impressive fashion. KAOS not able to hit that 100-point mark. And, you know, you got to look the rest of the series. You got to hope that S&D is something KAOS can lean on, because that is the hard point. It's something they definitely need to hit the VOD room and see what's going on. And lining up Top Gun there for Gene might not be the best.
Yeah, I mean, again, we did see this yesterday where KAOS dropped their first hard point in pretty unfortunate fashion, and then just ripped off 3 Haciendas in a row. And we do have 3 Haciendas on deck, but one of those is going to have to wait for map 4. So, or apologies, for map 5. So, you know what? It is still very, very possible for KAOS. It's still their first match of the day. They're still warming up. They're still getting ready to go. But again, that first performance, I'd say, definitely doesn't inspire confidence.
No, absolutely not. And you just gotta rub that one off, brush it off the shoulder. Kind of take it on the chin and say, "Well, we got to bounce back number 2." And we saw KAOS make statements in the S&D in the previous series. We had him twice on stream yesterday. Looked impressive in both S&Ds. Maybe 3 S&Ds they played. No, they only made it to a map 4. Yeah, I think it was 3 S&Ds.
Yeah, just 3 if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. So yeah, and it was good for them. Every single time they came out, they battled. They didn't win every time, but they played pretty exceptional, I think, and I think that's something you look for here.
Yeah, I think this is a team that definitely doesn't give up easy. It's going to take a lot more than a bad map to really set this team back. But I think the big thing for them is heading into a Vault S&D. Not the most convincing map for a team that is really good at S&D. It's one it feels a little bit more coin flippy sometimes. It's more a map of who's better with their aim on the day, who wins those fights, who gets those trades. And I mean, Unity Visual did a great job of that in map 1 and all of yesterday. But again, it is KAOS's mode. They're more geared to be an S&D team. It's at least it feels like that when we've seen them play. I mean, especially that map 1 has never been their strong suit, but they're gonna have to win a respawn, whether that's going to be a Hacienda control, whether it's going to even be potentially a Hacienda hardpoint later on. But it's going to have to start with this S&D here.
Got to start somewhere, ladies and gentlemen. Might as well be in the vault. I mean, we talk about it all the time. It's just a bang out towards A more often than not. And you got to be ready for those gunfights. Unity Visual is certainly ready for those gunfights. They play well on Vault S&D. I feel like every time I watch them, they're right up to the task as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how this all unfolds. Who's ready for the task at the end of the day?
Yeah. Looks like we're going to need a little bit more time to get going with this one, as there's a little bit of lobby issues. So we're going to throw it to a quick break, but be sure to stay tuned because we got plenty more Championship Sunday action after the break.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss, I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delayed track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn. Underworld.
Alrighty, promised we wouldn't be away for long, and we're right back in it. This time, we've got some Vault, Search, and Destroy action again here on Championship Sunday. Losers semifinals. We've got plenty more to go, but this one is one of the more anticipated rounds. You wouldn't believe it as much after map 1 KAOS not having a hot start, but they're used to that. They're looking to take some names and find some maps, as they've done it all tournament long on Search and Destroy. So this is one they really do want to take home, as initially it's Unity Visual, and they take that first death, as it's critical. Finding a nice pickup. Oh, apologies. Looks like it's Unity Visual getting that first kill.
Unity Visual continuing to roll. KAOS trying to make something happen. Taff left alone, saw him in a lot of odd man positions, trying to clutch up yesterday. Unity Visual slams the door early on that round. A lot of early kills just funneled to Taff in the back. Trying to make a play up top. Wasn't going to be able to do much. Kliz was on the hunt. Gets a couple of shots. Taff just out of position, was just looking that direction. Tough when you're at a 1v3.
Yeah, tough round to try to get that momentum flowing, but again, this KAOS team, they've come back from much worse. It's going to be interesting to see exactly how they can, if they do. As I mean, again, not a great first round, but this is a map that sort of does feel like certain rounds are out of your control. Certain reads maybe won't go your way, as it's going to be this time Unity Visual fast towards lower. It's going to be through pool that they find their way into the site. They will lose Kliz on the way there, but they get that bomb down. It's going to be a hit through top vault to try and make their way forwards. Critical. Going to grab 2 before getting traded out. Geen going to find that trade onto AGF, and it's down to a 2-on-1. It's all down to Taff. He finds his way through the bottom pool. Will find some good tags. Not a full kill just yet. Just trying to stall for the teammate and doing it beautifully. As this time, again, Unity Visual, they're up 2 to start.
Taff left alone yet again. Mystic just playing around up top pool. And you're right, he does play it beautifully, just wasting enough time in that 1v1 that Mystic was able to come to the rescue. He may have gotten that shell, won the gunfight anyway, but let's not make it sketchy and put it to a 1v1 if you don't have to. Well played by Unity Visual. And, you know, maybe they have the answer to the success of KAOS and S&D.
Yeah, I think that's very possible, as it's a tough situation to be in down too early, but by no means impossible, as it is Bismuth getting that first blood. A great way to start off a round. Always is, but Geen with a great nade. Will trade that back. Still grabs a second on the AGF. I don't know how you've gotten away with that, Geen, but they will take it every day of the week. It's Bismuth, though. Great backstab opportunity. Gets one. Does realize there's a second player down there. That's the bomb in his hands as well. We will see a plant over towards this B side in this 2v2. And you know what? With full top art control, this could go poorly for Unity Visual on the retake.
Yeah, let's see. Mystic has a feeling that something might be going on up there. 2 players are just top art. Just going to hang out, check bomb when they feel like they need to. Bismuth probably going to be the player looking to make a play here. Bottom does get information. So just going to drop down and make a play, swoop around. But this is just so patient here out of KAOS. And Taff grabs the first. 1 player going to check the bomb. Bismuth right on top of it. Going to get the last one. Well played by KAOS in the 2v2 retake.
Yeah, that's a textbook example of just how familiar KAOS is on this map. They realize if they get an uncontested B, if they get that art control, it is not such a... It's a great site to hold. It's a bad site to hit. And you know what? If you only have to do one of those 2 things and it's the easy one, you'll take it every day of the week. As KAOS, they draw within 1, and now they have a great opportunity to draw level, especially with Bismuth on a 3 streak right next to that RCXD.
He's a playmaker in S&D. Great to have him back on that KAOS squad. Seems like it has really bumped up this team. Suni coming back in the fold as well to join TAF and AGF. Bomb looking to go down yet again towards that A site. Unity Visual getting after it early there. Gene Bomb down, missed it, gets the first blood, is traded out. So now you got to think about clock. You got to think about getting some kills. KAOS on the retake.
Yeah, it's a tough situation. 3v3 on a retake like this, especially with not a lot of map control to your name. Does Unity Visual know that? It's hard to say, but AGF slowly working in, does get bottom vault control. In come his teammates, all three forwards. They're all three going to hit through, but they might just get mowed down. They know all three are here now, and it's a matter of how much can Unity Visual by the time. The clock's already gone. The round's already over. KAOS, they just take too long. They played too much with their time. They played too much with their food, and Unity Visual, they'll take that every day.
Yeah, the pressure of the round started mounting there for KAOS in that quick bomb plant. That's kind of what does it. You flip the pressure immediately, and all of a sudden KAOS has to scramble. They did get the numbers back, so that Mystic first blood wasn't the end of the world. It was just the play was just a little bit too late. You allowed Unity Visual to hit their setups a little bit deeper, and the defense was just a little too much.
Yeah. I mean, again, these initial rounds are important, but they're not the end-all be-all. But so far, Unity Visual have been just cooking, especially Geen has been having a great map so far. We do see an RCXD on Bismuth to try and make a hit or a retake happen. That definitely can be a big piece of a puzzle here. But that puzzle is missing some pieces, at least for now, for the side of KAOS. In comes the RCXD for Unity Visual. I believe that was from Geen, as Critical will grab that first blood. Still, KAOS have an RCXD of their own. Not likely to see too much use on this round specifically, as Bismuth has already gone down, but they could make their way to another.
They're able to do. Bomb is down. Not a great situation for KAOS. All four players still up. You're trying to find somebody, but Critical finds you first. Oh, lucky to get away there. Gene finds another one on TAF, and that's going to be the last kill, bottom vault. In Unity Visual, they're just picking apart KAOS. We thought this was going to be a little bit more of a bang out than it is. Unity Visual's kind of cruising.
Yeah, they're having a great time so far, that's for sure. And, I mean, I will say, this does remind me again of what happened to KAOS yesterday. They went down in the S&D. They fought their way back. They used that momentum. But that door is starting to close. That opportunity is starting to rear around in a very ugly way. As Unity Visual, even if they do win this map, you've got 3 Haciendas back-to-back. KAOS have been so strong on that map, but it just seems like KAOS hasn't woken up yet today. Feels like they're still half asleep. They're just not able to find these plays, and to no detriment of Unity Visual, they are playing fantastic, but it feels like this is a different KAOS team than the one we saw yesterday.
Yeah, maybe just the first match of the day, a little sleepy, just trying to get the hands going. I don't know what it is. It's map number 2. They're still getting battled out. Kliz, I get another first blood. Critical spot a second, and he's going to cash in on that. Luckily, you do get a trade from Bismuth. Taff finding one as well. So it's down to a 2v2. Kliz on the reposition. Gets traded out, however. Now down to a 1v1. Time, certainly a factor. Suni knows it. Has to make a play right now. Gets the kill in plenty of time to get the defuse. Wow, Suni gets it done. Excellent work by KAOS. Getting a rebound in a round they needed so very badly.
Yeah, that's a great play from KAOS and Zuni, but that is a tough one to lose for Geen. You have such a great timer on your side. This chow is just so unnecessary, it feels like. You could go sit more towards bottom vault, just sit there, make them run out and chow you, or just go check that bomb on timer, and it feels like the round is over. But, I mean, credit to KAOS. They play to their win condition, and they win that round. As now only down 2 again. This is what we saw yesterday. They could start to kick it into another gear.
If they have it in their bones, or will they get shut down? You tend to feel like they have a chance here. They can put another round together. They certainly will make things interesting. A plant going down. Unity Visual playing full retake here from the outside. You do have Taff in a great position, just trying to lock down that top cat area and see what you can find. Couple of shots going down. Taff is going to find the first blood onto Critical, so that first stone falls. Gene with the RCXD able to find one, take one back. Suni, though, that's a tough player to deal with on that bomb site, and he is just like that. Taff, luckily in a good position, but it's 2v2 now.
Yeah, this is a weird situation if you're Unity Visual. The defuse is coming through. You need to guard that pool side. And it's Geen, the one to be there. Can they find the shots onto the diffuser? Yes, they can, and there's no time left. KAOS looks like they'll steal a round away. Unity Visual just moments from taking that one home as KAOS, they play to their outs. This time, they show Unity Visual this is how you play that clock, and this is how you steal a round.
That's sometimes all you have to do, Taff. He just lurked back in that back palm position, and it's such a tough one to clear out. And if you don't win that initial gunfight and deal with him, he's probably going to be lurking back there the whole time, and that's exactly what happened. Played the clock to perfection, like you mentioned. And KAOS are making a ball game of this thing. They do not want to go down 2-0, looking to save this tournament in a control.
Still down a round, but still very, very doable, especially with the momentum on their side. It's Geen. Want to go a little bit forwards with the bomb. Won't get punished for it. Will get that plant down just a little bit slower than anticipated as it's Taff getting that first blood onto Mystic, maintaining that map control. There's now no potential of a backstab, but it's Kliz to grab the numbers back. 3-3. They lie. Bismuth with a great shot, though, on a Kliz. Will draw KAOS up a man, but down on the timer. 30 seconds left.
30 seconds, clocks are rolling. Bomb down. Suni trying to get some shots. Can't find anything just yet. Double chow, or double protect, I should say. Bismuth trying to make something happen. Just going to be more of the same. Taff left all by himself on a 5 spree. Looks like that may just go to the wayside here in this round. Just trying to dip out. Does get a kill. Trying to get away with his life at this point. Protect that streak up to 6 now. We'll do that for the moment. Getting extended to 7. Cheeky 7th. You count it, you lose the round. But that streak will be valuable. Not much room to go. Unity Visual, they're on that point.
Yeah, that's a tough round. I think Suni just overheats entirely, swings in towards that bomb room, and just gets completely lit up. I mean, there's just no one even nearby to try to trade that out from the rest of KAOS. I mean, again, like you said, this streak is valuable, but it's not as valuable until you get to that Hellstorm. That's something that can enable you to play towards that B side. It can clear out a lot of presence in that area, and we did see KAOS have a great time towards that earlier. That is the 8 streak. Not sure if it's the Hellstorm just yet. Might just be barely shy of it. Surprised to not see the bomb go over to Taff to get that plant down, as he will get ripped away. Doesn't matter if you have a streak now, as it's not going to see use. You need to win this round as Unity Visual. Down to a 2v2. They need to find this retake.
Put this one away. You don't want KAOS hanging around longer than they need to. Kliz, certainly a player you feel like can make a play around this bomb site. Suni gets one. Down to a 1v2 now. It's down to a 1v1. Bismuth and Kliz. Biz the last alive, just trying to waste some of this time. Get out with his life. No defuse attempt coming in yet. Gonna go ahead and take a check. Gets the free kill on Kliz, just trying to make an entry through the broken wall. And KAOS, they'll stay alive just a little longer.
Yeah, I mean, that is timer. That is how you play the time. And I mean, I don't agree with the initial chow in the 2v1 from KAOS, but that play is just great from Bismuth. I mean, he didn't even have to win that gunfight, it felt like. It was just an absolute freebie of a round from that situation. As now, Unity Visual, they've got a chance to close it out. They've got 2 more chances to close it out, but they're going to need to convert on one of them. Still, at least an RCXD in the hands of Taff. Wasn't able to get to that Hellstorm, unfortunately. As now, the tough situation to try to claw back from. It's going to be, again, an A-side hit from Unity Visual. They've gotten themselves in a bomb room. They will get that plant down. Not a lot of map control here for KAOS for this retake.
Nobody down yet either on either team. Bomb down. Geen just trying to lock in. KAOS, again, taking a little bit of time towards this push, just allowing Unity Visual to hit their setups. Could bite them in the butt as it did earlier. RCXD is going to go ahead and get invested. Finally making some terms on this play is Bismuth up on, and that's RCXD blown away as well. 2 players going to fall, a third, and Taff the last up. That could be all she wrote. In KAOS, they're down 0-2 now.
Yeah, that's a tough round to win it on. It felt like they were just sitting around for a little bit too long there for the side of KAOS. They try to invest the RCXD. They try to make something happen with that, but they take way too long to try to clear Mystic out. of a, I mean, dangerous position. By no means is it something useless to do, but it's a tough spot to be in. I mean, especially with how well Geen and Kliz played on that S&D. Critical also played great. I mean, it's a tough piece of momentum to make your way back from. We've seen them do it back to back to back on 3 Haciendas before. So, you know, by no means impossible for this KAOS team, but it feels just that little bit different when you're down 0-2.
Yeah, there's that much more pressure. You can't play as free. It's not like you just came off a map win and you're like, okay, now we're starting to roll. You just came off 2 in a row and now you're playing a lot different. It's going to be interesting to see if that dictates their play style. You hope not, because that's where you kind of find your success is just stick to what works for you and just execute. Just start to win some of those gunfights and maybe be a little bit more decisive. I think that was a big problem in that S&D. You felt like you got the 4v4 retake. Yeah, that's not the best situation, but it's not the worst because you didn't lose anybody before the bomb even went down on defense. So that's something you can kind of live with, but waiting around till there's 30 seconds or less on the clock to even make a play is kind of what puts you in a bad situation. That last round with the RCXD, that's not as much of what I'm talking about. That first time it came around was one of those swing rounds where you felt like if they made a play sooner, you doesn't mean they win the round, but puts them in a better situation, certainly. So we'll see how the rest of the series plays.
Yeah, I will say for the side of KAOS, an upside for them is they were playing very smart for the most part, especially in those post plants. They played very, very alert. And I think that's something, especially heading into a Hacienda, a larger map, a map with a lot of strategic options, that could be what gives them that edge over Unity Visual. I think Unity Visual so far haven't exactly been playing smart. They're not playing dumb by any means, but they are just flying and frying. That's all they need to do so far. KAOS hasn't really tested them in any major way to make them do anything more than that. So they're just doing what they're best at, and they're doing it really well. But again, heading into a Hacienda, that could change. We're doing 3 in a row. We saw KAOS do this yesterday where they just wiped 3 in a row, back to back to back. It's possible. I think, again, that feeling 0-2 instead of 0-1 is very different, and especially against a team as strong as Unity Visual. It's going to be a tough road to redemption, but I think if there's any team that can do it with this map set, it's definitely KAOS.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Hacienda plays to their strengths quite a bit, but then you look at the map number 4, it's a hard point, right? They have not been all that successful in the hard point. Do I think they can get it done in the control? I really do. Backs against the wall, down 0-2. I think they'll fight battle, take this at least 4 maps, but I mean, then you go to a Hacienda hard point. Yes, they can get it done, and I believe they did close it out on that Hacienda hard point earlier, but it looks like Unity Visual just playing too good in the hard point to be able to rely on that. So that map number 4 is going to be huge, but we're not there yet.
Yeah, we've still got a control to go for, and I agree with you. I do think they have a great chance on this control. I think it's the mode that they looked so strong on this map yesterday, and I mean, basically they've looked strong on this map on every mode. Even the hard point, they played quite well. The rotations were really spot on, but against a team that's shooting as well as Unity Visual, I agree that I think this map, they have a great chance to bring it to that 4th one. That's going to be the real test, though.
Absolutely. A lot of game to get to before we're there, ladies and gentlemen. We'll start it here on Hacienda. Already a lot of action going down towards B. Pretty much full control.
2
KAOS
ticks.
does clear out their building. Now trying to get this hill done. Kliz gets 1, can't quite turn onto the 2nd, so you stop it for the moment. If you're KAOS, down 3 lives, need to really hit the regain there. Suni finding 1. Gene will trade that out. So now top half of the map is in control of Unity Visual for the moment. KAOS will get some nice spawns to try to pick up some of these players. I think Suni did spot one. We'll be on the hunt here. Nothing doing, though. AGF finding a couple on the backside. Bismuth, that's another one. So nice rebound after the rocky start.
Yeah, a couple ticks still gone over towards this B side for Unity Visual. They've got a great opportunity to extend that timer, but if their lives aren't there, then there's no point in doing so. They need to get a little bit more tight on their rotations. I think their play has been good in the gunfight department, but this is where KAOS starts to shine. This is where they can really make something happen. They've basically gifted away that B side. They look like they want to play to life out Unity Visual. And I mean, they're doing a fantastic job so far. It's a 7-life lead. Make that 8 for KAOS. And they're starting to feel it. They're starting to cook. Mystic will find one. He has something to say about that. Needs to find the challenge. Can't quite do it. As Unity Visual, even still being down this many lives, is a 4 dead from capturing this A in the blink of an eye. So KAOS can't afford to fall asleep at the wheel.
Oh, so far so good in that department. Up 10 lives now, just starting to rip it up. Bismuth onto a 5 spree. Gene was in a big 1v1 over by that rock and did get taken down as the last alive. And Suni's just going to continue to eat Gene. Will heat check that, though, so that's a little bit of respite. You just stop that streak. Taft is there for the trade. Biz onto the 6 now and just sinking their teeth into the defense. You got to be wary of Mystic, who has found his way into your back. AGF is going to find that out, get that calm, good trade. And KAOS, they're doing great. Besides that initial B push and eventually giving it up, which, you know, you expect to give up one of these hills on Hacienda. Way to clutch up by KAOS.
Yeah, this has been an absolutely dominant round. I mean, they've only lost 9 lives, and Unity's already out of them. 3 down, now 2 left. As now, Unity Visual, they just felt like they had absolutely nothing going in this round. They did get 3 ticks, but that's a cold comfort after a round like that where you are just getting slammed.
Way to battle. You needed it. If you're KAOS, you needed it desperately. 7 and 4 for Tap. Take a look, just rolling around, having a good time. Picks up Mystic, shuts down his roll, and then just is able to pop up, get some spawners. And that's just the tale of what that individual round was for KAOS. Just almost nothing they could do wrong, it felt like, outside of that initial run.
And that's a tough round to make your way back from for Unity Visual, as now you do have that defensive side. You need to try to hold KAOS below 3 ticks to keep that advantage, keep that option of defense for the final round. But we saw Unity Visual play very, very well on this map yesterday, and it feels like everything that I've said so far hasn't been the same as yesterday. So it's going to be tough to see, as the early trades will go KAOS's way, and they're going to look to try and get some progress over towards A. It's a 3 down and only trade for 1, so they'll be able to get some progress. But Unity Visual spawning close, and they have something to say about that.
They're able to flush these players out. So far, it's looking pretty good for KAOS. Still 3 players alive, just 1 reminiscing over towards B, trying to make a flank, and that's going to be Kliz. Finds 1. Can he line up the second? No. Suni's going to shut that down. Gene does pick up that trade. Taft there, another big 2-piece out of him, and you just got to clear him out of top. He's just ruining your day up over there. Bismuth 9 and 2, Suni 9 and 2. KAOS looking like a team playing with urgency, and boy, there was no better time than the present for them to get it done. You get cut down a little bit, but they have a lot of map control, and the lives are in a good spot as well. But you're going to need to give yourself some time and capture one of these points.
Yeah, I think that the time is what really we saw Unity Visual play for yesterday on this map, especially on the defense. They played for the time so well. And with that team kill, actually, the lives aren't even too far out of reach for Unity Visual as well. With that play, only down 1. Critical's going to draw even at 17 apiece, but the timer is just such an absolute menace right now. 2 down, though, for KAOS. They need to make their way towards this A fast. They will send 1 towards that B side to give them a little bit of time to freeze that clock and force a rotation. It looks like they're going to actually invest a lot of these players over towards B. The dangerous prospect, though, is if they get cleared out, that timer will run dry. Kliz is going to grab 1. Good tags onto a second. He'll finish that off as Mystic will grab Bismuth on the back end as well as they get ripped off of B. They spawn over back towards A. It's going to be all down to Mystic and Kliz to keep them off of it for now. Kliz can't even grab the first, but Mystic, he'll clean up what Kliz started. 4 seconds left, and it's just not enough.
Oh, wow.
2 ticks on the board, and Unity Visual do exactly what they needed to.
Yeah, they won the round, and they got the lead in ticks as well. KAOS wasn't able to capture a point. Unity Visual didn't get a tick on B, but that's good enough for the lead, at least right now. And going from that desperate situation you were in to down so many lives, yeah, you just started to dwindle that down eventually, but the clock was such a factor, and that was something I mentioned in about 45 seconds, and KAOS just couldn't make anything happen at the hill.
It's going to be, again, this has been a tough map for certain players on Unity Visual. I know, unfortunately, Codcaster's having a moment. It's not quite 1-8 for the KDs, but especially in round one, I think it basically was a lot of just one and kill rounds. So Unity Visuals, they're going to need a little bit more than what they had in the first round, that's for sure. They've got a big hit going towards this B side. They're going to try and cleave through the defense. They will only lose one to Tap, who had a great spot to hold them back. Looking for shots onto AGF, swapping to the Strider. Critical will grab that one, but traded out immediately by Bismuth. And it'll be a great first play for KAOS to get that 4 down.
Stick with a big kill there, just trying to make sure they can keep some forward pressure and swarm in on this A site. It is open for the moment, but KAOS is looming all the way around it, just trying to find some of these kills and push Unity Visual back, who did a great job just getting some of this map pressure and now working over towards B. It's going to be Gene all by himself, just trying to make something happen, gets a gunfight win there. Last alive, trying to make an out-of-map play, and it will pay off for Bismuth. Nice kill there, so that will shut down that B push. And, you know, KAOS, you're being dragged all over the place, but, you know, you're getting kills here, you're getting kills there, you're stopping the pressure, and now it feels like this could be the first legitimate hold Unity Visual has.
Yeah, but that's a tough one when you have no control of upper. Suni around the corner, tries to get the kill with the Strider, can't quite find it, but Bismuth and AGF, they'll clean up that A and stop that progress again. Down respawns and no ticks on the board just yet for Unity Visual in this round. And that's something they're going to need to find if they want a chance at this one. Suni's going to stop that progress as Mystic will find one onto Taff as well, but only 12 seconds left. They need to make a play onto A. They're going to send Geen all the way over to B just to freeze that timer. They send Kliz to go meet him. They will swap over and try to find the presence onto this B side. This is a great opportunity for them as it's going to be KAOS running into them instead of the other way around. They have an opportunity to hold it down. 7.2 seconds is all they have, though, as AGF goes huge, finds the first, swap to the Strider, and he'll get some help from his team as the rest of the timer will run dry. 1 second left, but Critical not long for this world, and Unity Visual not long to win this round. 0 ticks on the board for them.
Wow, and that's how you answer if you're KAOS. Not only do you win the round, but you answer for not getting the ticks you needed. You don't allow Unity Visual to pad that stat at all. You shut it down. Okay, they didn't get a single tick. I know they were pretty close on B, but I believe they did shut it down. Oh my goodness, KAOS, what a defense.
Yeah, it's going to be up to Unity Visual to do something very similar here in this round 4. They're going to need to hold to at least 1 tick, if not 0. 0 is what they're aiming for, and that's a tough pill to swallow for Unity Visual here. KAOS, they've been such a strong team so far on this map, and they've looked absolutely lights out, especially if you only need 1 tick. It feels like a very, very good spot to be in. AGF, Zuni, and Bismuth are going to grab 3 at the outset, and they're just going to all hop on. Let's gather around the campfire and sing that campfire song. Already 1 on the board, looking for a second. Unity Visual, they're going to have to try and push through this. It's Taff. Will get traded up by Mystic after getting 1, but the hill is already all but gone. They will contest halfway through that 3rd tick, and they will clear it out. But 2 found in the tick war, already 1. Now the question is, KAOS, can they finish it on this round?
You certainly hope so. If you're a KAOS fan, now you're trying to work through a couple of players on that mission at the moment, and that is going to be 1 cut down. Taff is found out by Critical. AGF still alive up in this top position, trying to find some of these players, get some map positioning. Lucky you do get a trade there. No more forward positioning. Unity Visual just kind of holding the line for the moment. KAOS just trying to work some more kills so they can hop on a hill and get 1 done.
And again, it's going to be the timer that's the real menace here for the side of KAOS. They're running low on it. And again, the progress on B is going to pigeonhole them in towards that side of that map. But it looks like they're collapsing on this A side. AGF and Taff make a great play. Issue is they've got a lot of progress that they're going to have to chip away towards this A side. Instead of finishing off that B, it's a good trade from Taff onto Geen, but there's just a lot of players in his face for the side of Unity Visual. They're spawning close and they cash in. Look at how back KAOS are spawning. That's going to be a tough road to either one of these hills. 6 seconds left, 5 seconds. It's only AGF. Needs to touch that point, needs to freeze that clock. Will hop on at the last moment. but he gets
Ooh.
cleared off. Unity Visual, they lose on ticks, but they will make it to that round 5.
And they got to the round 5, have a chance to close it out here. They will be on the attack side, and that's been rather difficult so far. And you feel like if you're KAOS, you did just enough to put yourself in a good position to kind of, extend this to that map number 4, give yourself a chance at some magic here, the legitimate reverse sweep. It's still alive. It's looming. KAOS, they're looking to shut the door.
Yeah, they've set themselves up nicely on this map 3. They've got the defense. That's exactly where they want to be. I mean, Unity Visual's only gotten 2 ticks in 2 rounds on offense. Now onto a third. They're going to need a full 6 or to find 30 kills. And you know what? In that round 1, they found, 8? So it's looking to be a tall tale. It's looking to be a tall task, but they will get some initial presence over towards B. A great start. Melee into some shots from Mystic. They will get 1 tick almost completed over towards this B side. Taff looking to try and say something about that. Will take 1 down, but gets traded up from behind by Mystic. As Critical has a great spot to play off of. Can't quite find that second one. Overheats just a touch as it's AGF. He's been the pillar so far for KAOS on this map, but it's going to be B found very quickly. Almost gets that 3rd tick, and it's Mystic to clutch up and get that for Unity Visual. More ticks in this round than they found all maps so far, and they've got a little bit of a spawn trap cooking. Mystic, bad timing, won't find those players running out. Will have to fall back, but it's already a tick over towards A, looking for more of that. Keen's going to shut them out early, and it's looking like it could be the heartbreaker for the side of Unity Visual. They're going to try and find it on this round. They find a second tick. They're looking for number 3. Plenty of KAOS in the vicinity, though.
See if they're able to clutch up. KAOS trying to flood the hill right now. Find some more kills. Getting cut down left, right, and center. That's going to be 3 dead. A tick needed. Wow. And this is just such a dominating offensive round out of Unity Visual. Something they had not been able to do. And that 2 dead will do it. A 3-0. Unity Visual stunts KAOS.
Yeah, stuns is right. I mean, that was exactly the opposite of what I expected. That was a lights out offensive round from Unity Visual out of nowhere. You go from getting 0 ticks to a full 6 right when it matters most. That's how you break the back of a team. KAOS, they fought their hardest on that map 3, but they just weren't able to bring it over the line. Unity Visual, they advanced to the losers finals, and they'll play the loser of Omit versus, I believe, apologies, don't have the, but that's going to be our next game of tonight. It's going to be the Omit winners finals match to see who punches their ticket first into the grand finals.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. You feel like it's Omit's game. That's what we talk about every single time. Chat, we're not going to yap about another Omit series too much. Don't go too far. When we come back, we'll be here for map number 1 of your winners finals.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Got the rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Well, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delayed track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE and skill. He's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going
On the hill, careful though, you can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes with a defuse, almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1, doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. He's looking to try and find Constant. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow, and Lurk's able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You still even it's hard. Running away is easy. You still even it's hard.
and 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So Here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to be in.
Yep, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn trap that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back, because he's on 6-3. Make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket, and he still wants more. He gets another.
Wow.
He's on 8, and this is more the Legacy we saw last game. This is the Legacy that comes and fights, and Super is still going with 9.
One of the points, Volatile is just going to hop on up to kill and be like, what's up, man? Go back to the respawns lobby, and as that's going to be 4 off on Cabal, nearly at 10 lives winning, and Volatile is still being an absolute menace here, playing his life, a smart thing to do. 26 to 16, now over 11 in the deficit.
It's spawn trap heaven. It is complete spawn trap heaven.
Wow.
There's 8.
Oh my
There's
gosh.
9. Volatile is on 9 kills. There's a cruise in his pocket.
Oh.
He's still going for 10. Volatile is running out of bullets, and Cabal.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Some boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been trying to rock popping at the hotel? Better run the play for him. Well, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and bars, yellow.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a 2-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a 2-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lurk's able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You still leaving us up.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is gonna be
Yep, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
almost did getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then oh, he gets the.
but that is again surely gonna be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn traps that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back as he's on 6-3. Make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket and he still wants more. He gets another.
Wow.
He's on 8, and this is more the legacy we saw last game. This is the legacy that comes and fights, and Super is still going with 9.
One of the points, Volatile is just gonna hop on up to kill and be like, "What's up, man?" Go back to the respawns lobby, and as that's gonna be 4 off on Cabal, nearly at 10 lives winning, and Volatile is still being an absolute menace here, playing his life. Is a smart thing to do. 26 to 16, now over 11 in the deficit.
It's spawn trap heaven. It is complete spawn trap heaven.
Wow.
It's
Oh my gosh.
9. Votal is on 9 kills. There's a cruise in his pocket.
Oh.
He's still going for 10. Votal is running out of bullets, and Cabal.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's winners finals time, and it's a great time to be alive. We got Galaxy versus Omit Brooklyn U18 squads. And, you know, it's kind of tried and true. Galaxy's trying yet again to dethrone our perennial champs, or I should say reoccurring champs in the grand finals in Omit Brooklyn, who hardly drop any maps. I don't know if their tournament record is flawless in this one, but typically it is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fairly certain it is, taking a quick look, and they did drop a map to Unity visual on the first round of day 1, but as we head in, it's going to be this time Galaxy looking to do that and more. They're going to look to try and make their way into the grand finals from the winner's bracket. Both of these teams do still have that lifeline of the loser's bracket available to them, but neither of those teams want to go down there. As thou, I mean, a great first bit of change of points for Galaxy, but Brooklyn, they find that first break, and now they're the ones soaking that initial time on P1. And just look at how Omit just routes through this map. Look at the control they've got set up for P2, and they're feeling good.
Feeling plenty as good as they usually do. A little bit of a name change for Yusuf. USF or Yusuf. Oh, I'll just call him Yusuf. That's what I'm used to. Omit Brooklyn still rolling right along. That's going to be 3 more dead in the feed. You have to worry about Yusuf in the back line who's just going to try to cause some problems for you. Hyde going to get an inkling that something's going on. Yusuf does get taken down, so that's going to be Omit right back on the hill. Reinforcements not too far away for Galaxy. I like that they're kind of forcing pressing the issue, just not winning the gunfights just yet. They were a little behind on rotations for P2, so they are running into Omit for the most part. But, I like what I'm seeing so far at Galaxy if they can start to change some things.
Yeah, this is a tough hill to hold on to. Omit doing a good job of it so far. Hyde will find a nice pickup there. Wandell finds that trade immediately, though. Will keep Galaxy in contention for this hill. They'll get a little bit of time for a moment, but not too much more than that. Yusuf will get the rest of this scrap of the P3 rotation already underway. Look at Omit on the minimap. They've got a nice spread out situation. Nate's going to grab one. Sovereign finds a timing onto a second. Wandell will find that trade, but Hyde finds one of his own. A great play from Omit to hold on to this P3. Galaxy, though, they're knocking on that door. They're only about 30 points behind.
Yeah, they got to keep that in check so Omit doesn't start rolling away and it just becomes a little bit further and a little bit further. A couple of trades on the hill. Chewy trying to make some plays. Another 3 dead in the feed. Oh my God, Skill the only player alive. Just trying to find something. He gets taken down. He did find one, and that's all he was ever going to find. P3 is locked down for the moment by Omit. The last player that was up was Wandell. He just got taken care of as well. Sovereign on the hill trying to make something happen, see what he's able to do. 2 players will be rushing into him, does get one, gets traded out. Couple of seconds there for Galaxy, just taken right away by Omit yet again. Kind of set up here for P4, but they just need to start winning some of these gunfights.
Yeah, gunfights are definitely the name of the game. The reason Omit is so far ahead. And look at, right before that death, Nate was 18-4. With a KD like that, it's pretty hard to be losing the map. And, that's exactly what's happened. Ever since I said they were about 30 points behind, they haven't even touched the point for the side of Galaxy now. That's looking, by the end of this hill, could be more than 100 points behind if they're not careful. Sovereign still in a weird spot. Will get cleared off of the point. It will be an opportunity for Galaxy to get a little bit of time, but look at Omit. They're looking to make something happen. Through the skylight goes one. Wandell, awkward gunfight. Will get taken down by Hyde, but look at Choi in the meantime. He'll grab 2. Skill grabs 1, and it's just an absolute cleanup from Galaxy. They get a good 3 down. They'll get some good time under their belt. Yusuf will grab 1, but gets traded out by Sovereign. As the rest of that scrap looks like it will go their way, but look at Omit. They're good and ready for this next P1.
Yeah, busy, just getting a little invasive. So is Hyde trying to make some noise in that bedroom area. Had the P1 area locked down as it pops there. Nate's going to find another one through kitchen, and they're just going to continue to amount that lead. I remember the comm back onto P2, or rolling into P3. Galaxy was only down by about 30. It's just gotten a whole lot more difficult for them. Wandell picks up a 2-piece, gets cut down immediately by Busy, so it is going to be Omit on the hill yet again as they continue to amount a lead. And already in P2 trying to lock down that side is Busy onto a 3 spree now. Chewy is in a good spot to try to work this thing out, does pick up that trade onto Busy, gets traded out immediately for his own right. So, you make the play, you just can't stay alive long enough to do anything with it if you're Galaxy at the moment down by 100.
Yeah, down 100 is not a spot you want to be in against a team like Omit, and it's going to keep getting worse if you can't find anything on the board. Again, especially on a P1, they already have the P2 rotation underway. They've got Galaxy so far back. It's going to be Wandell, the real only player to make something happen here, but he'll get sniffed out and cleared out as it's Choi. Finds one, needs to make something happen, but it's Sovereign just there so fast, there to make something happen. 2 HP. All you need to get that time. And Omit, they are looking across 200.
Trying to cross that line for the very first time in this one. Nate just gonna slam everybody in sight. Hyde finds one as well. Another 3 dead. Good pick up there by Yusuf. Traded out immediately by Hyde, who was just looming around the corner. So Mitch is going to sink in yet again. Try to hold the rest of this time. Chewy, though, trying to break it up a little bit. Team shots will come through. Sovereign gets the final say there. Busy picks up yet another kill for himself. Looking for more on the hunt as the rotations towards P3 are in suit. Galaxy, the first team there, just trying to hold, find some gunfight wins. Sovereign nasty work in the gym. And it's just more of the same. Omid does what they want, wins gunfights at will.
Yeah, it's a tough situation when you're or apologies, when you're Galaxy. You're gonna have to fight into this from the P4 side. You will get into the point, but you really want to flip these spawns if you're Galaxy, if possible. But there's just too many players from Omit. We do see Hyde trying to take some kind of alt route through the lower tunnel system to try and find some kind of flank here. Needs to find something soon. Will get cleared up, though. Great timing from Skill. It's a little bit of time for Galaxy. There's still a long hill to climb.
29 seconds needed for Omit to just slam the door shut on this map number 1. Would be an amazing comeback if Galaxy is able to work, but it's just 3 or 4 to 2. Wandell luckily picking up a 2-piece onto a 4 spree now, but still having to fight through the front of that P3 and having to do a lot of work. Big kill onto Sovereign in the back. Chewy's going to find another one, get out with his life. That's a couple good dead, open hill for the moment, but still not a lot of control for a Galaxy. Just one player on that hill and looking to find some kills to establish, but another 3 dead, and that's going to be the 4th as well. Omit just continues to dominate.
Yeah, it's going to have one more opportunity here for Galaxy. I feel like the rest of this map is less about winning and more about getting a little bit of momentum heading into S&D, but Nate, he'll shut all of that down. The Hellstorm won't find anything, but it never even needed to. Has 10 seconds left, and I don't even know if any of Galaxy are close enough to touch this point right now. As, Omit, they're showing their stuff, and they'll take a pretty dominant map 1 win.
Wasn't too difficult for them, kind of doing exactly what Omit Brooklyn does. They come out, they run fast, and they don't miss many shots. They over double up on Galaxy, are able to cross the 100-point mark, still got 100-point club. Tough to see. Busy getting a best play here. Nice to see. A little bit of a replay, but yeah, I mean, Omit, they were leading the rotations a majority of the time. If they needed to break because they went for old to get some extra time, they got that as well. It's just not many weaknesses in their game at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, again, look at Nate. 36 and 16. I said it before, I'll say it again. With a KD like that, it's pretty hard to lose the map. I mean, if you've got someone gunning like that, that's a scary, scary prospect, especially heading into an S&D. I mean, it's going to be a tough one. Heading into Hacienda S&D, we've seen a lot of Hacienda, but in this series, if we see the distance, we're going to see 3 vaults after the Hacienda. So, this is an opportunity. A couple of vaults in a row could be a chance for this Galaxy team, but Omit has looked so good on Vault all season long. I mean, they've looked good for all of BO6 on essentially everything, but Vault specifically, they've looked really good.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a map you want to look to save things on or be in desperation mode against this team. God forbid it's in a control against this squad. I don't want to look to save my tournament life in a control on Vault against Omid. I just don't. If you are Galaxy, you need to get the search and destroy in the worst way.
Yeah. I mean, and no matter how you do it, it can be grimy, it can be, a little rough around the edges, but you need this map. This is one that you have to find, or else you're getting your bags packed and sent down to the losers bracket. And you know what? I feel like Galaxy is one of those teams that very much could pull something out against Unity Visual, make it back into the grand finals, have a rematch against Omit. But that's something you'd like to not have to do. You want to just be able to sit back, watch both of the teams you could play against each other, pick up on tendencies, pick up on, what maps they might not be good at. You can kick back, relax, stay warm, but not have to do anything too crazy. I mean, it's a lot easier to play 2 matches than 3, especially with a potential bracket reset at looming.
Right, and if you send Omit down to the losers bracket and they have to reset, they're probably gonna. So if you beat Omit, just know you're in for a long run. And you have a lot more to go. Yeah, you're in grand finals, but you still have 2 more matches to play because I don't see Omit going down in that first set of grand finals. They still have a lot of work to do, but yeah, let's not get it too ahead of ourselves. We do have a little bit of a hacienda search and destroy, and honestly, the way it's been playing, I like how Galaxy might be able to have some potential with those SMGs to make plays.
Yeah, I think the issue is so far is that Nate on that first map was just flying. I mean, having a 2 KD with such an absurd number of kills is just crazy. I mean, obviously, again, the kill volume won't be as high on something like an S&D, but if that KD stays anywhere near where it was on map 1, you're going to need to absolutely dog walk the rest of the team to have a chance. I mean, if you're going 2 for 1 consistently in S&D, you're putting your team in a fantastic spot to be in. So, I mean, especially on a map like Hacienda, again, Omit is one of those teams that if they need to, they'll play the map. They'll play very smart. They have the ability to do it. But again, there's no team that can make them do that, at least, consistently. And again, I want to believe in Galaxy, but they so far have not really put Omit in a challenging position.
That's the thing. Are they able to push them to the limit? And yes, you need a little bit of aggression early on to get some bloods against Omit to set the tone, but it's important to get away with your life too and make sure that you have that non-traded kill stat. That's going to be important as well, right? That's something that maybe isn't talked about a whole lot, but in S&D, it's very important.
Yeah, 100% agree. As now heading into Hacienda S&D, I mean, we said it. I'll say it again. This feels like a must-win for Galaxy going to 3 back-to-back vaults. You've got to give yourself at least a little bit of breathing room against this Omit team, or they might as well pack their bags. I think as much as, we're hyping up Omit, I would love to watch Unity Visual Galaxy anywhere. No matter where it is, Grand Finals or Losers Finals, both of those will be fantastic. So, you know what? Maybe Omit's doing us a favor, giving us a banger. But so far, a great start for Omit. They will trade one back. Yusuf gets a kill onto Nate there. But, I mean, the first bloods already are in favor of Omit.
In favor of rolling, and that's exactly where you don't want to be. Down players against Omit Brooklyn. You're only down 1. If you can get a blood, you'll change things. Hides in a pesky position, but you're just going to rotate all the way over towards B. You do have clearance. That information will come from Omit that you're probably not going to go towards A. It will come from Sovereign. Nice little cheeky kind of wallbang spot here at a Yusuf, so you can see anything. Nothing doing there. Going to be a little bit of a clearance. Yusuf going to push up, little shoulder check. Information does come through. Unfortunately, Sovereign does find that kill now to a 1v3. See if Yusuf had any magic in his fingers. And that's going to be answered quickly. Sovereign, he'll take that one away as well. 3 in the round. And that's going to be Omit with the first.
Yeah, I mean, Omit is going to show us exactly how they like to play it. And I mean, I do like the plays from Galaxy. They're going to have to use every detail, every piece of this game if they want to take down Omit. We saw a little bit of that with, that cheeky pixel angle where you can get a look through, potentially look to get a wall bang. There's another one on that side as well that looks out towards the spawn a little bit. Anything it takes. Galaxy's got to get into their bag. They've got to pull something out. And if they can't do that, it's going to be a tough road for them.
It'd be a long, winding road. Already down a player yet again. Sovereign onto a 4 spree. Make it 5 for him. Tearing it up early in this search and destroy. Bomb in hand for Omit. Sovereign is the carrier. Now to a 3v2 situation. Very familiar. We're here last round. Galaxy down to their last player. Yusuf is able to pick up 1. Get it down to a 1v2. Bomb down as well. Busy will pick that up, looking to just now make it towards that B site. Bomb is going to go down. Yusuf just waiting for that information, trying to make something happen.
Yeah, the upside of that first kill is it does shut down Sovereign's streak, I believe, before they're able to get to the RCXD. Not fully sure on that one, but Yusuf, I mean, this one seems impossible. Against an AR in that balcony, it's just not happening. Omit Brooklyn, they'll grab a second one in a row, and I mean, it's a great start to a map from at Brooklyn. You've got an offense, you've got a defense. They've both been relatively dominant rounds, and I do expect them to just keep rolling the same way.
Definitely seems to be Omit's game. Whether it doesn't matter what map it is. Black Ops 6 is their title. They are just cleaning house every map, every mode. They hardly drop maps in series. It's just such an impressive team to go up against, and you know you have to be at your very best and can't give an inch and have to capitalize on every opportunity. They're not going to make many mistakes. Skill. They're going to find two right off the rip. Good kills for them. Busy is able to grab one back onto Chewy. So you keep the numbers in favor if you're Galaxy, and you're going to get this bomb down as well. Hide, but to pick one up on the backside. Get the numbers back to 2-2.
Yeah, Hyde had a great flank route. The issue is with it, he would have had a little more than one, but the rest of his team just wasn't able to stay up. Wandell gets a spot on both. Trade from skill down to a one-on-one. Hyde versus Yusuf. Trying to find this, just crawling out. Was he spotted is the question. It doesn't matter. Playing for that post plant, and Galaxy, they'll get some points on the board.
There you go. Get one down, baby. Nice round. Starts with the first blood. Too early. Really put you in the driver's seat. And then you were able to play a little bit more relaxed. I don't want to say relaxed, but, you know, you could kind of set up in angles and don't have to be as aggressive to get things done. So excellent work out of Galaxy. So they're able to keep things in check for the moment. If they could put another round on the board on the defense, that would really put this map on its head. Omit, though, not shy of a challenge.
Now they're going to try to make something happen again. It looks towards this B side. Hyde's been the player that's been pretty consistently just sort of lurking around, trying to hold map control, trying to get these players in the back when they're going for something like a retake. And so far, they've been able to cash in on it pretty well. Let's see. This time, not the case. So again, another first blood in the hands for Galaxy, and they'll grab a second to go alongside it. Last time, though, this got dicey even in this situation. So I want to see Galaxy clean this one up easily.
Put it away. 4v2. You have to clutch up on this type of advantage. Nate and Busy, though, want to have something to say about a couple of shots from Busy. Not going to go through. But get away with his life at the very least. So you maintain for now. Gets taken down. Wandell on the crossfire, leaving Nate all alone by himself. Trying to make something happen. Hopefully someone runs in front of him and you can take it from there. They do, but Galaxy was ready. They get the kill. They get the round, and it's even.
And you know, I said it. This is going to be the map that they have to do it on. And Galaxy, they're showing signs of life. This is such a good start for them, especially against a team like Omit. And I mean, saying a team like Omit means, you know, you expect them to do well, but this is a team that isn't afraid to drop a couple and then completely turn it around. So it's a tough situation to be in regardless for both of these teams. I mean, you never feel safe against Omit until the map's over. But Galaxy, they've set themselves up nicely. Looks like they're going to run into a little bit of a stack there towards this B side, though.
Yeah, a little bit of a hammer and nail situation. Which one is which? We'll find out. RCXD is going to come through. Nate finds a couple. Gets traded out by Chewy, but still damage done. Now, if you're Omit, you can kind of get aggressive with this thing. Galaxy has to back on up, and they may run into a little bit of a pinch. Good route there at a Wandell is going to allow him to stay alive, avoid Busy for the moment. Might have the read, though. Chewy gets a kill onto Hyde. Wandell trying to fight for his life. Not going to be able to go far. Down to a 1-1 now.
Yeah, an immediate challenge, and it's Galaxy coming out on top. You would have bet your house on Omit minute hitting that round, but Galaxy, they pull it back in a big way off a huge play from Choi. And look at that chow. That is a great one to see. And Galaxy, you know what? They find a lead and they get comfortable here on Hacienda. This is a map that they've done so well on all tournament long. And that's for a reason. They're in this winner's bracket for a good reason. They've been taking names. They've only dropped one map the same as Omit. You know what? They deserve to be here. I think I've been selling them short. But Omit, they're going to have something to say about that now in an offense round.
Here we go. Another square up over towards the site. This time at A. All players still up for the moment. Nate trying to roam around. A couple of trades will go down towards that bomb site. So a little bit of a freeze. A little bit of a hold up here. Chewy, a couple of shots. Nothing doing. Let's get his sight onto a player up top. Going to get an information to his team. Nate just roaming around the site. Busy's going to find that player. I'm in hand still for Nate. Interesting. Maybe trying to make a wrap all the way around. Skill is going to be able to pick up that bomb carrier in Nate. Now Hyde's left alone in a 1v2.
Yeah, that's a tough situation. Skill had a great pickup, but it's Hyde trying to find the aggro child, but Galaxy again, they hold firm in the clutch situation, and they take a 4-2 lead. And a great play again for the side of Galaxy. It's honestly surprising. I think that play by the bomb carrier on Omit was just not it. I think they needed to make something else happen. They run out, they get the bomb on the ground, they force someone else on their team to go pick it up, and they also just run straight into the guns of Galaxy. And you know what? Galaxy, to their credit, they're doing a great job capitalizing on Omit's mistakes. Like you said, they don't make many, but when they happen, Galaxy have been there.
Exactly the recipe to beat a team as good as Omit. Still, Yusuf, excuse me, wonderful gunfight win there. And you'll pick up a second. So now you're in a driver's seat position here. If you are Galaxy trying to make that rotation over towards B, buddy system for Omit at the moment thinks there might be something going on towards A, but they're going to quickly find out that B is what the play is.
Yeah, Skill's in a great spot to flank these players on the retake as well. This looks like a round that gets so hard only because of him. No bomb down just yet, though, for the side of Galaxy. It's going to be a little bit hard to get that bomb down without any help from Skill. And if he exposes that position, that could get dangerous quick. But now, both of them face forwards. Both of them go towards the site. They'll find one almost a second. It's Choi around the side. They will exit the B site, head over towards A. They collapse in on Skill's position and make sure they can get this bomb down without any danger. And now it's Omit, a little bit easier than before, a 2v3. An advanced position from Hyde, finds some shots but can't get the full kill. Too dangerous to child that corner, but it's Choi finding them both. And Galaxy, they find themselves on 5 and map point.
Oh, we got a game here all of a sudden. Galaxy's rolling 5 rounds in a row. I mean, even if they don't win 6-2, this has just been a performance and a half out of the Galaxy side. Couldn't go much better for them. They're just starting to get these early first bloods. Maybe it was just the difference of getting that gunny warmed up a little bit outside of that first map. But my goodness, what a turnaround for Galaxy, and it couldn't have happened sooner.
Yeah, one they desperately needed, especially heading again into 3 back-to-back vaults coming up for all 3 modes. And oh what, Choi gonna get apologies. It's Skill ripping Busy off of that one. It's just looked like those initial challenges have not gone Omit's way. The ARs of Galaxy have been hooking so far on this map too. And again, it's the bomb down fast. Hyde gonna look to have something to say about this map. We're going to look to extend it, but Choi will find one on the Sovereign, leaving us in a 2v3 for Omit to try to find this retake.
What they're able to do. Bomb down. 2 players. A little bit of a dance going on. Hyde is going to spot and nail down the first. Gets traded out. Effective there. Chewy able to get something, but Hyde left alone now in a 1v2. He's going to check the bomb. Finds the first shots into him. Not
and that's it.
Enough time. That's going to do it, and Omit will stay alive. Just for now, extend this thing out. It's 3-5.
Yeah, a good play on the timer for Omit. I think Galaxy... I mean, they had the kills they needed. They just did not have the time left on the clock. It took them a little bit too much time to route out the players. And I mean, a great play from Hyde. Fully tunnels in on that diffuser. Knows that's the win condition. And it's going to be Omit now in a position to try and upset this map. Down with the 5-3 curse on their side, though. And they're going to look to try and make it happen. It's Skill, though, with a 6 streak held throughout that previous round. Will have an RCXD looking towards that Hellstorm, and that's going to be one that could really break a round wide open.
Skill's been really efficient early in rounds, looking to get active again on a little bit of a route here. 14-4 is the KD. Trying to find one of these players. Get the timing Nothing going down. First blood will come through out of Wandell. Skill just going to back on up, reposition. I like that aggressiveness early on. Get the first blood back up. Make sure you keep that advantage. Couple of shots in his Skill will get away with his life. That streak's still alive.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see Skill without the RCXD equipped, though. So there's no RCXD available for Galaxy. Still trying to build towards that Hellstorm, but there's just nothing to be found. He'll go down and down to Skill in a apologies. This time it's Skill in a 1v3 situation. And it's not much more to find. As Omit, they'll find the defuse in a semi-comfortable round, and they'll draw within 2 rounds of ending this map in their favor.
And they're just answering right back in suit. Couple rounds in a row of their own thing. Collar's getting a little stiff on the side of Galaxy for the moment. You're only 1 round away. If you could just hit a reset 1 time, it's all fine. It's over. It's okay. You got the map win. You can hit the reset for control. It don't have to panic headed into that one. You're on even ground. But things certainly slipping away from Galaxy at the moment. See how they elect to play this now on the defensive side.
Yeah, I think for Galaxy, at least from here, you might want to try potentially gambling towards one of these sides. It's a tough call to make, especially when you could and have been winning straight up against Omit. But without a first blood going your way, it's especially difficult. Busy going to find that one, immediately traded out. Wandell finding 2, but traded out right afterwards. Off of a big play, though, the numbers draw even. Apologies, it was Choi with that double. As now Omit, they have the bomb in a pretty good spot to try and get it down towards this B side. They just need a little bit more control before committing to that plant. They're just going to try and make something happen. Hyde, shots ring out, needs to try to find something here as Nate, again, in a weird spot to try and make this happen. It's a double chow in, and it's Galaxy to find map 2.
No, they're fired up after that one. Excellent win. Got a little sketchy towards the end there, didn't it? But they ripped off 5 in a row, and that work made it that much easier to get towards that finish line. Skill just going to put it away here. Slide Chow got sketchy. Yes, it did, but that's okay, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to find yourself a map victory. I talked about non-traded kills. 10 for Skill. Man of the moment up to the 6-3 at one point during that map. Wonderful performance out of him. Much needed for Galaxy.
Yeah, Galaxy, I think the upside for them is they have an opportunity to really run this momentum through into the Vault control. I think, again, Vault is a map that Omid have been so strong on. I know for me, at least, I would never want to go into a Vault hardpoint down 2-1 in the series. So, again, it doesn't feel like it necessarily is, but this feels like a must-win map 3 for Galaxy to try to force that S&D, that final chance for them to make something happen. Or, you know what? They could surprise us on a Vault hardpoint. Who knows?
Who knows? Definitely a lot more work to do. Ladies and gentlemen, quick little break here while we get the map number 3 set up. Don't go too far. Control's on the way.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah. Before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peeking.
How well you can do in the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a 2-piece zone. Is that...
No, righty, ladies and gentlemen, map number 3 is on the way. It's a vault control. Galaxy got it done on the map number 2, something we talked about they needed to do. Pretty darn bad, because you don't want to look to this map, this mode, to save things for you. Not the case. Now you're looking to get a lead. If you are Galaxy, Omit looking to take a lead right back for themselves. Big task. What do you got, Graf?
Yeah, I mean, I 100% agree. It's a big task and one that Galaxy, again, it feels like they sort of have to. You do not want to head into a vault hardpoint to save your series and save your winner's bracket run. So I want to say Galaxy, they're going to play with a little bit of that extra fire, and at least so far, they've got a good first 5 kills, only 1 death themselves. So a good start for them.
Great start. Get a clean 4 and only give up 1 in your own right. You'll take it every single time. And looking for more hide. Just trying to clear things out back here on that attack side towards B. I like that early presence. You might as well just try to make some noise, clear some things out for you towards A. And you are going to get a little bit of clearance, but it looks like B is still the play for Omit. Nate going to find one there, try to wrap around, find someone bottom vault. Yusuf was there, gets traded out, 2 dead in the feed. Omit finally able to make a little bit of a hold on one of these points. Hyde trying to stay alive, duck, dip, and dive, but can't necessarily get away. So dealing with it piece by piece is going to be Galaxy. Do have a life lead, so that's good. And no ticks as well. Busy, big 2-piece as Omit tries to battle through B Street.
Yeah, I think this could end up coming down to a tick game. I mean, it's very common for the defense to just have all 5 rounds in their favor on this map if it does go to a round 5. So getting more ticks is such a big piece of the puzzle to try to find yourself an advantage in that round 5. But right now, Omit, they finally break through. They get that full A capture, 3 ticks on the board, and a timer extension is exactly what they needed. But they're down only 1 life. Not the end of the world, but this could end up coming down to lives. And at least with the pace we've been seeing so far, that seems quite likely.
Who is able to change the pace? Who's got it set right now? Galaxy, big 2 pieces. They try to shut down the rest of this attack for Omit. Down 3 lives. Not all said and done, although skill does put a dent into that. Got to check out Nate in the back, who's just been a demon in top art since this game came out. He's trying to lock down some positioning for his teammates to try to get these ticks towards B, ever wary of getting defense for that round number 5. Trades going out through clearance on B Street for the moment. One player in mid you're going to have to worry about is Wandell. Going to peek his head out, find that kill, stop the progress, and look for another. Gets it with some help from his teammates, but he gets the final one. And that's a clear out of the B zone for the moment. Good job for Galaxy.
Yeah, only 2 lives left for Omit. I feel like the second Nate got cleared out of top art, or just art in general there, that was the real big linchpin of the round. Is now it's just down to Hyde and Nate in a 1v or in a 2v6, I should say. Nate will give a good start to it, but that timer is really starting to squeeze down the chances. It's all down to Hyde. It gets onto the point, but there's not much more than that. Galaxy, they'll get that first round, 3 ticks on the board for Omit.
So you take the 3 ticks, count that towards your total. Galaxy will take the round win, and they'll also only take giving 3 ticks. It seems like is foregone that most teams are going to go ahead and grab that. It's just, can you stop any progress coming towards that B site? And that's why I didn't mind Omit trying to work that B site initially, but it didn't go all the best for them. And they got shut down, lost the round, but now they are back to defense.
Yeah, they've got a big chance here. I mean, especially if they can hold Omit to less than 3 ticks. Or apologies, hold Galaxy to less than 3 ticks. It'll be a great setup for the second, I guess, reset of attack and defense rounds. But not a great spot to be in, as early on in the round, it's going to be Sovereign grabbing the first one. A good trade back from one of the players on Galaxy is now a little bit of just a positioning game so far. A big kill from Hyde maintains those spawns, and he's just in no man's land. Will make his way back over towards A. Does get rendered out by skill, and Wandell going to catch a surprise timing there, as it's a lot of big kills for Galaxy. They're already hopping onto this A. They're looking to get that first tick. It should be coming momentarily. There it is, looking for number 2. But in comes Omit. From both ends, they come through, but 2 ticks already on the board. Looking to drain out those lives with this play as Omit. But how much can they do? Still almost this 3rd tick on the board as well. Will clear off one of these players. Will finally contest and will finally clear out Galaxy. But Omit down lives and will still try to hold on.
Yeah, good punch through for Omit, just stopping the clock or the progress there on A. It did continue, but another 3 dead in the feed for Omit as they continue to fan out and push up in the spawn. Busy does find one, gonna have to back up, being weak, but he's gonna get a teammate watching oversight. Hyde working down B Street now is gonna pop out underneath. I like that play out of Chewy, just kind of make some presence over towards that B site, try to get some art control, maybe just switch up things, work towards B with your team. I don't hate it out of Galaxy.
Yeah, this is the only thing I don't like about this play from Galaxy is if they get cleared off, their timer is so low, contested, and they do get wiped off of B. So now that timer starts to become the real issue. They're still down respawns as well. That was a lot of map they had to chew through, and a really easy break for Omit that shouldn't have gone as smoothly as it did, but it did. There's now only 8 seconds left. They're going to have to flood in towards this A. They want to extend this timer as Wandell. He'll grab a couple, but he just has to throw himself at the point, and that's a fool's errand against Omit. They hold Galaxy to 2 ticks and do exactly what they needed to do.
Slam it down. Defense is what is on the menu so far, and it's not a whole lot of offense to be had unless it's real scrappy, real contested, and you somehow come on top of a bunch of trade battles over at B to win this offense on vault. And this is why we talked about the control or the S&D being so important for Galaxy, because you don't want to get into this type of game with Omit where it comes down to that round 5, which is probably what's going to happen here. And that's a gamble toss-up, and if you do the work to get the defense, you feel pretty good about it, but otherwise you feel like things may not go your way, and then you're looking down 0-2. So Galaxy looking to continue their good ways here.
Yeah, we do see a little bit of a trade with one nade. A team kill comes through. A little bit of a lack of comms there is, you know what, surprising to see from Omit, but it will still be them maintaining a lot of control over this A side. It's just Choi in a little bit of an advanced position, looking to try and find something, but the timing is just not there. Still will find one on a Hyde somehow, some way, as they flipped spawns entirely.
On out now, see if they can capitalize upon it. Wandell, good gunfight win there. Only player down, Omit, just on the hill. Couple of players in the area. Skill trying to work around the outside. That's going to be 3 dead. He's the last up. Can't shut down that push. The last player is dead. Now Spawn Trap coming through for Galaxy trying to find something here. Skill in the most forward position. A couple of trades will go down. And that's going to be a good fight out for Omit as they punch their way to that B Street.
Yeah, they are going to get some players onto B. They're just going to try and send Busy to go get art control. He's here, but how much can he do is the question. Again, the danger of this is the clock is running very low for Omit. 30 seconds left on the board, and that is their top art control gone. They will hop on A in the meantime. It's a little bit of a diversion towards B to set up for a more free A take. Second take on the board, cooking towards that third. They'll have plenty of time to try to make something happen towards B if they can get this, and it's an absolute mowdown from Busy. Does get traded out by Skill right at that last moment. The last player up is Skill. He's going to look to try and take an advanced position. He's got a great spot to find a backstab on these players. Finds one. Needs more. Can't quite get it. It's a 3 down for Omit. Looking to try and cook their way over towards A. They know there's one up here towards Catwalk, but he gets shut down. 14.3 seconds is all they had. But now a minute refreshed. And life advantage in their hands does get evened up on the blink of an eye. But a tick cooking over towards B is exactly what they needed.
In the reinforcements for Omit are coming through. The gunfights just keep going their way as well. Omit looking to steal an offensive round. Nate does get taken down in art, and that could be big for them, but Busy still has an overwatch. Couple of kills come through. Wandell able to pick up 2, gets traded out. Skill finds another, but still on the hill is Sovereign for now. Gets chowed out. Trying to win the gunfight. He does. Just trying to get down, play his life. Oh, unfortunate shots from the back. Stopping the pressure, but 2 ticks through. 5 lives apiece.
Yeah, we're basically just playing S&D with a little bit of extra flair at this point, but look at Nate. He's all the way behind them, picks up 1, and he'll find 2. Out of respawns is Galaxy. They need to make something happen fast. Look at how far away Skill is. He's going to have to fly toward this point. Choi's here as well. But again, it might be a little too late. Down goes a couple. Down to 2v2. Choi and Wandell versus Sovereign and Nate. Again, it's full control for Galaxy right now, but they need to clear Nate out, but they can't quite do it. Help from Sovereign is exactly what he needed. Down to Wandell into 1v2. The point also ticking closer to completion. Wandell out, but it's Galaxy. They falter. Omit are the ones to find the round. And a huge offensive round to set Omit up to win this map.
Wow, unbelievable. And that's what I was talking about, just getting A and making it mixy enough and having that live advantage over at B is not the spot that you want to be in if you're Galaxy, and they found out why. Omit just took advantage of lives. Once that van explodes, it's a great bit of cover for someone to just lay down, maybe pick up a couple of kills. Sovereign was the man that led the charge before it really dwindled down to just a few when it was still 5-5. That was really working on a lot of those ticks and put a lot of pressure on Galaxy. They didn't get it done on ticks, but they got 5.
Yeah, very, very, I want to say almost impossible for Galaxy to have the advantage heading into the last round, but that's even if they can win this one. Thinking a little bit too far to the future, Nate, his ult routes have just been immaculate so far this game. Look at him catching the spawner right behind that Humvee. And it's just even more just flying at them. 1 kill from a Hellstorm. Looking for it. Will get shut down. But does not get the Hellstorm. Even still, a big life advantage early on here for Omit. And there's just barely anything going on these points. Finally, Galaxy will touch onto A. Busy, though. Look at these routes. Again, it's a 3 down. And Omit up 7 lives.
Trying to show that last map was indeed a fluke and nothing more. Trying to shut down Galaxy, up 8 lives. We've seen some crazier live advantages go to the wayside. Let's see if Galaxy has that in their bones now. B Street cleared out by Omit, giving some clearance towards A. You're going to have to worry about Busy's positioning rolling through the front now, who is going to go ahead and find one. And Omit is just prepared for everything and continuing to find these gunfights. Double up on lives, 22-11. Less than 20 seconds for Galaxy to get out of the spawn, stop the clock, and make something happen. Less than 10 now. Wandell able to touch and stop it for the moment. First tick through. Even if they are able to win this round, doesn't seem great for the round 5 defense at the moment. Stopping it, just trying to hold off Omit. Good set of gunfight wins. Now, maybe if they can get a stack, they can close this out, get that extra minute. Hyde, though, now with that top cat positioning, is going to be such a thorn in the side. Not enough, however. For the moment, battles going back and forth. Omit able to come out on top. Is that enough to do it? Oh no, ladies and gentlemen, Galaxy broke down. Omit wins 3-1.
Yeah, a huge win from Omit. I mean, I said it before the match started. It's really tough to go back to Vault onto a hard point against this team, and Galaxy, they're going to have to do that. They're going to have to dig it deep and try to find it. But Omit, off the back of a massive play from Nate, will find that map. I mean, 2 back-to-back rounds that are 2 different kinds of textbook. I mean, we've seen better, more aggressive, bigger wins on Vault Control, but that one, against a team as strong as Galaxy, that's exactly what you want to see.
Absolutely. And they felt like they had the momentum. It seemed like that round 5 was definitely going to come through, but not now, not against this Omit team who's just playing so well. And now you have to go to a hard point against them where they kind of slapped you up a little bit. Can't feel great if you're Galaxy, especially when you felt like there were moments you definitely had a chance to get it done.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Especially, I mean, I feel like for Galaxy, if you lose around 5, you know what? That's just Vault. But if losing in 4 rounds is a tough one to try to fight back from, not even literally, but just mentally as well. It's got to be a tough situation to be like, oh God, we got to go back to Vault on another respawn mode that they're even better at after kind of getting like dumpstered the last 2 rounds. Like, again, by no means impossible for a team as strong as Galaxy, but it's a very tough situation.
Absolutely. We're going to get map number 4 loaded. It's Vault Hardpoint. Don't go too far. Winners finals. We'll be right back.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delayed track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do in the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a 2-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back, locked and loaded for another vault. This time, it's heading into Hardpoint. Omit Brooklyn up 2-1, looking to close out the series and secure their spot in the grand finals, sending Galaxy down to that loser's bracket. And you know what? I think they are poised to do it. Galaxy, they're in a tough spot, but we've seen them get through some pretty tough spots before.
If you feel like there's a team in the tournament that can come out of this spot and get to the map 5, you feel like it's Galaxy. Tough task. This map is so brutal. You have to be on top of rotation. Your head has to be on a swivel. You can't miss a moment or else you're going to get put in the dirt.
Yep, already into it. Going to be, again, a fast play towards P1. It's going to be Galaxy with the preferential spawns initially, but they're going to get completely cleaned off of P1, at least at the start. Nate finding 2 before getting taken down. Hyde finds 2 while staying up. And it's Omit. Going to grab a first little bit onto this P1. Wandell maintaining control of this upper catwalk. Needs to stay alive. Can't quite do so. As even still, Nate all the way through. How does Nate rip off these multi-kills time and time again?
He's gross. He potentially needs a shower after the series. I'm just kidding. That's not a legitimate hygiene joke. He's just very good at Call of Duty. In this P1, which is usually an absolute mix fest and more of a setup towards P2, Omit kind of kicked up their feet and made home for themselves and are able to rotate back towards P2. They did get the spawn. The hill is in favor for Galaxy for the moment. Now trying to fight through the front. Sovereign was there, got gunned down. Omit, they still do have control of the back, though.
Yeah, they do have an opportunity. It's going to be a lot onto Troy to keep his life up. Does get a spawn in from a teammate, so he's able to play a little bit more aggressively. It's on to Busy on the point. Nate there to at least get the trade. And it's, again, going to stay Omit's point for now. His skill needs to make something happen, needs to find this player, but he's getting shot in the back, and he will go down. While Nate just barely staying alive on this point. Needs to continue to do so as Hyde makes that so much easier. Finds it, too, as Hyde, again, just absolutely flying. It's already 8 in a row from him, looking for number 9, Hellstorm online. And that's a fantastic start. It was Nate in map 1, and it looks like it's Hyde and Nate in map 4. And a huge time to show up if you're Omit Brooklyn.
Might as well slam the door as hard as possible. Now to the P3. Galaxy just looking for some semblance of success so they can make a game of this thing. Down 66 early, Busy, making their lives a continuous nightmare. 3 more dead. Wandell's the last up. P3 is all there for Omit. Back through the side is coming Galaxy. Just trying to get a couple more of these kills, see if they can stay alive on top of a trade battle. Skill gets caught out with the nade, is able to stay alive, and oh no, Hyde may have returned fire. Gets that kill. Nate with another one. Hill stays for Omit.
Yeah, Yusuf able to grab one before getting away, just playing the life, maintaining this opportunity. But again, Nate is just flying, and it's a great opportunity. Choi and Wandell will combine for a 3 down, as it's Hyde, the last one to keep this one in sorts for Omit. He'll get taken out, but it's the time to go over towards the next point, as it's full control for Galaxy so far. What a gunfight win that is from Nate. You cannot afford to get ripped off of that, as the player with the AR is now Galaxy. Their hold starts to falter just a little bit. They're still spawning pretty close, so they are here to reinforce. And Omit, they're going to keep trying to hammer on that front door.
Trying to blow it down at this point. Galaxy battling back up to almost 30 now, roaming around the outside, trying to lie down the rest of this scrap as they regain as we head towards the second set of rotations. Still some time here. Omit's going to try to fight for that scrap. Nate is going to go ahead and funnel on in, get the kill. Still a few more players from Galaxy that you're going to have to deal with. They're spawning on the other side of the map, a little bit better for them as you head towards the P1. It's just going to be Wandell up there trying to win the gunfight, and he does cash in through mid, but going to play back towards that P2 side. I like that rotation, trying to lock down that. Unfortunately, Omit had the same idea, and he ran into 3 players, so that's going to be Omit locking down the P2 side, trying to gain some points at P1 as well.
Yeah, and they're going to have a great start to that. But Yusuf and Skill They're making some great shots happen. Yusuf, that last one there is fantastic. Busy. Able to trade one on Detroit to keep this possible. Will grab a second as well. As he's been a little quiet so far on this map. I'd love to see some more out of him. But he'll be taken down before that streak gets too out of hand. As now, even still, what a play that is. Hyde just flies around. Will touch the point for a moment. Needs to get out of here. Still gets one on the way to the grave. What a play again. Every time it looks like Omit is in a bad spot, they still find one somehow, some way. Hyde, another bad spot. Will convert on that initial first bullet as P2 ready to go. But it's Galaxy, the first ones with control of that back area for spawns.
If they're able to lock it down, Nate is the first player on the hill. Shocker. He's always the first player almost anywhere. Chewy. Hey, that's a stun kill, ladies and gentlemen. We were missing that on the Major 1 bingo card, but we got it here in the U18 League as we got a battle ensuing. In our map number 4, Omit is pretty much in control, but Galaxy battling back. Did a good job at the back half of that P4, decent at P1, now battling on the P2 as well. Omit will come out on top of the battle for the moment. Galaxy, though, will win that final trade to lock down. Still enough of close spawns where Omit will throw a couple more bodies at this. Galaxy trying to lock in.
Yeah, Galaxy needs a really good P2 into P3 here to draw even with Omit. It's going to be down to Wandell. He's got a great spot. Does get spotted out, though. And Omit go hunting. They'll clear that player out as it's down to Yusuf again. This time, it's a long flank from Choi all the way back to try to get these spawns completely sniffed out by Hyde. That is a crazy read. And even still, Galaxy break through the front door. They'll find some players onto the point. They'll find some gunfight wins. Trophies down, and they're going to hunker up.
Could be all she wrote here. I mean, they're still in it. You got 30 seconds, but it just kind of feels like Omit is starting to amount something special. 3 dead do come through. SP3 is about halfway dead. Trying to gain some control. Chewy with a big kill as 2 do fall for Omit, but Hill remains now for Galaxy. They don't want it to be over. Hyde, big kill, finds his way back onto the point. Now trying to lock down, gets taken down. Busy finding a big 2-piece just to keep Galaxy off. You'll take white time, especially if you can hold this P4 side if you're Omit.
Yeah, it's a tough situation as still Omit with the rest of the scrap to grab. That still spawns in a bit of a weird spot. Busy should be able to grab the rest of the scrap, but can he stay alive to rotate over towards P4? I mean, being able to chain P3, P4 is such a big piece of this map. It's one of the longer rotations that is there. It's P2 to P3 and P3 to P4 that are the harder sort of routes to hit and rotations to have. And Omit, they've hit both of them so far in this map. A little bit staggered. Can't get them all 3 together, but this time, Galaxy, a couple early kills. They're going to look to try and knock on the door of this lead.
If they can break something down, trying to take control of the P4. You didn't want Omit to chain. So far, holding it off. Wandell finding the kill. The contest comes through. It's open for the moment. Wandell is able to stay alive, so it's going to be Galaxy. Wow, excuse me. Staying alive in the back, continuing to get more kills and soak some of this time. They're staying alive, ladies and gentlemen. They want a map 5 badly.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing great steps to make that happen. They want to go back to S&D. They want to go back to their playground and make that happen. Again, it's P1. A P1 that so far for Omit has been pretty good. They got a great setup. Sovereign up towards that top catwalk. Does get cleared out a little bit, but still, they readjust, recollect, and find a 4 down. That'll be at least another solid 15 seconds. Yusuf needed to find that win. Will get the trades there, but 2 for 2 for the moment. They're going to keep fighting for this P1 as Choi going to get shot from the side by Nate. Again, these players for Omit, they're here. They're hitting those great side routes, maintaining control, but Yusuf breaks through the control all by himself. 3 in a row, looking for more, but will get shut down. As even still, the rest of Omit, it's just an absolute wipe up by Hyde. 4 in a row, 36 and 17. And a great start to this 3rd rotation as Galaxy going to try to find that fast rotate over, but it's still, they will clear out Nate. Hyde on 5, looking to grab a 2nd Hellstorm on the board as that first one still yet to see use.
Great start to the P3 or P2 rather. Tough P1. Good way to rebound and just lick your wounds and head on over. Make sure you can lock down. Good influential kills, but now all of Omit is in the back and you're going to have to find them all. One player left up and they do. Galaxy making a ball game of this thing. They can't quite tie it up with the rest of this hold, but Omit is still trying to push through. Make sure to at least make it white so they can't lock in the rest. But that's great kills. Galaxy ready to battle at any moment. And they want it. They are fighting. They are here working towards P3 as well. They have control of that side. Very wary that this game is not ending anytime soon.
Yeah, will be the scrap to claim for Omit here, as none of a Galaxy wants to give up this P3 rotation. Look at Yusuf all the way towards top art. Needs to win this 1v1 against Hyde. An absolutely critical one, but he looks the wrong way and goes down. Hyde now, the great spot to play off of. Will find another. Will get cleared out, though, by Choi, as now Blizz are busy. Gets one, but it's for now just Gray as Galaxy with the main amount of control. Still 2 kills for Omit. They're going to look to knock on the door even more. The Strider busy gets active, and even still the art control still in the favor of Galaxy, but the time still Omits.
I'm for Omit at the moment, trying to extend this thing. Make sure Galaxy's hope is taken away. Wandell trying to make a play through mid, gets cut down. So that is going to be Omit's hill for the moment. Sovereign, a couple shots towards top art. The rest of the team is going to be funneling through this area. No need to panic if you're Omit. You know where everyone is. You just need to win some gunfights, and they all will fall except for Busy, who is up. Does get a big kill, and that will at least keep the hill white for a moment. Just keep Galaxy from getting back into this one, but the P4 battle has begun. And Omit really starting to take form. 7 seconds needed to close the series.
Yeah, not just 7 seconds where all you have to do is clear out Choi. He will grab one, but the second one eludes him as Sovereign not electing to hop on time as there's a little too much heat in the kitchen. He needs to try to find these players, but it's again just trades. No distinct advantage just yet as Wandale grabs a second. Will give an opportunity. Spawning close is Galaxy, but Omit has the point for now. They have to fly. They have to go. They have to contest, but the trades will go their way. 4 seconds still needed as onto the point they go. It's Omit to find it, and Omit contested on 299, but they will find 250. Omit 3-1 punch their ticket to the grand finals.
Yet again, same old story, same song and dance, but you have to think Galaxy is coming for that lick back in the worst way possible. They want it, and they know they have the opportunity to beat this team. They took them to task. They took them 4 maps, but are they able to do it again in the first set and then do it again for a 3rd time? That's going to be tough.
Yeah, I mean, not even to mention they've got to go fight up against Unity Visual now. Another team that did take a map off of Omit earlier in this tournament. You know, I've been saying it. That's the series I've been really hoping to see. I think that one has the potential to be a true battle of the ages. The issue is, after a true battle like that, do you still have enough left in the tank to go win 2 series against Omit to win the championship? That's remaining to be seen. But a absolute banger on the way. Unity Visual versus Galaxy. Winners finals. We'll see who plays up against Omit in the finals right after this.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delayed track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do in the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lurk's able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is gonna be in.
Yeah, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is again surely gonna be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn traps that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back, because he's on 6-3. Make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket, and he still wants more. He gets another.
Wow.
He's on 8, and this is more the Legacy we saw last game. This is the Legacy that comes and fights, and Super is still going with 9.
One of the points, Volatile is just gonna hop on up to kill and be like, "What's up, man?" Go back to the respawns lobby, and as that's gonna be 4 off on Cabal, nearly at 10 lives winning, and Volatile still being an absolute menace here, playing his life is a smart thing to do. 26-16, now over 11 in the deficit.
It's spawn trap heaven. It is complete spawn trap heaven.
Wow.
There's
Oh
8,
my
there's
gosh.
9. Votel is on 9 kills. There's a cruise in his pocket.
Oh.
He's still going for 10. Votel is running out of bullets and Cabal.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss out car shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delayed track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic
God.
job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do in the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
5 for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lawrence is able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up.
lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to be
Yep, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
but that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn trap that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back because he's on 6-3. Make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket and he still wants more. He gets another.
Wow.
He's on 8, and this is more the Legacy we saw last game. This is the Legacy that comes and fights, and Super is still going with 9.
One of the points, Volatile's just gonna hop on up to the kill and be like, "What's up, man?" Go back to the respawns lobby, and as that's gonna be 4 off on Cabal, nearly at 10 lives winning, and Volatile still being an absolute menace here, playing his life, a smart thing to do. 26 to 16, now over 11 in the deficit.
It's spawn trap heaven. It is complete spawn trap heaven.
Wow.
There's 8,
Oh my
there's
gosh.
9. Votal is on 9 kills. There's a cruise in his pocket.
Oh.
He's still going for 10. Votal is running out of bullets, and Cabal.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic
God.
job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a 2-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back for some Championship Sunday action. I'm Graf, and this time I'm joined by Hyperactive. How are you doing today? Well, it looks like Hyper's audio is having a little bit of an issue, nothing too major. But again, we've got some great Championship Sunday action coming at you. This time, Unity Visual versus Galaxy. This is the big one that I've been hoping for all weekend long. Both of these teams have had a great run. It's been mainly Galaxy, I want to say, that's, you know, the ones that were that winner's bracket team for so long, but it's still it's a pretty tough situation going into, you know, a situation where even if you do win this, you're heading into Omit Brooklyn with a pretty bad situation. So it's going to be a tough situation for either of these teams heading into the grand finals, but they want to be the team that gets there, confirm that second place, and fight for that at the very least. But you know what? Neither of these teams is going to go down without a fight. As I do believe we're going to be getting started with map 1 here pretty shortly. As both of these teams, again, they're pretty rare to go. They were both looking good. Yeah. But I do believe we've got the map set, locked, and loaded. It's going to be Protocol, Vault, Protocol, Vault, Protocol. So, you know what? Only 2 maps, and we're going to see a pretty good amount of action on these maps. They're pretty fast. They're pretty consistently applicable across each other. They're nice and quick, nice and bang out. A lot going on. So I'm going to be pretty interesting to see how that's going to go. As we still get things figured out. Looks like we might have had a lobby reset or something to that effect, but gives a little bit more time to talk about exactly what we've got cooking. I mean, both of these teams have had a pretty long road to this spot. Both of them had to go through Omit, and that's the reason both of them are in this lower bracket. Both of them as well took a map off of Omit, which is not something a lot of teams can say. Galaxy, though, they were the ones cooking in the winners bracket all day yesterday. They took out infamously Imperial and then dropped to Omit. They've played a lot less games total, but they're here regardless. I mean, that's the privilege you get going through so far through the winners bracket.
Yeah, it does take a lot. And hello, finally my voice being heard after a few technical glitches. Yeah, it always is a long drive when you go through that winners and then get knocked down. It's always that mindset reset that you have to face going into it, but especially to do a hard point on Protocol. It's always a 50-50. If you love it, some people hate it. Some people, you know, just want the whole map removed entirely.
But, I mean, hey, you know what? Galaxy might be one of those teams because they just got completely slammed off of P1. It's going to be great control for Unity Visual onto the point. It's going to be Dean and Mystic continuing that train. Finally, Choi gets Galaxy on the board, at least in the kills department, but still nothing towards the point. That nade will be awry as Choi still trying to make something happen. It's a big cross through from Skill. Will grab one and get some time on the board. As a good initial break will get Galaxy at least a little bit of momentum heading into this P2. They're going to try and get themselves the spawns. They've got them right now. They just need to hold on and get some players over by there. But Mystic, he's had a great day so far, looking to keep that going. Critical was 4-1, does get shut down there. As still, we head over P2 as Galaxy fully in control.
Yeah, when you start to lock down on P2, it does make it really hard for your opponents to get in. So Unity, yes, great start, 30 points to get things going, but it will take an onslaught of an army to get inside, and especially how tightly packed you can see this Galaxy squad have positioned themselves, all angles covered and a cross angle in place. And even with 3 taken away from Unity, it just all seems to be disaster here.
Yeah, the team nade is really setting them back a couple of steps here for Unity Visual. They had an opportunity. They had a 2 down, but they trade 1 back, and with the team nade, it's a 2-2 in general, as Choi gets another great nade to keep this hill nice and snug for Galaxy. They've got plenty more to show. They've got plenty more to do. They want that run back against Omit, but it's going to be a long route there. P3 getting ready to pop, as now only 2 seconds left. It's going to be, again, Galaxy, the first team there, but Omit, they're hitting Unity's hitting a great alt route through these lower catacombs, through the Bat Cave, and they're going to try and find him, but it's Skill and Yusuf to combine for 2.
Open sight. Mystic able to bring it open with a 3-piece, and now Chewy anchored for the final few seconds when he was playing on it. That is when you need him, is to anchor at the final seconds, and in doing so, making that break and opening the door for Galaxy to try and break their way in. And Unity for a brief second had that hold, but Galaxy feeling a little momentum start to kick in, half a hill ahead, and that's a comfort to have. That's a feeling that you need right now, and they just have the entirety of this outside under lock. They're already looking to next with the last 15 seconds, and this is exactly what you want to see from a Galaxy squad like this. Unity Visual, yeah, they got some manpower. They got the likes of Mystic who can stand out, but it takes a team, not an individual.
Yeah, now locking and loaded for P4. This is a big, I mean, as close to a money hill as you're going to get. We're going to see another team kill, this time from Galaxy, but they still maintain that control. They still get the respawns in, but Mystic looking to cook, looking to make something happen. It's 3 down for Unity Visual. They find that initial break. Can they hold on is the question. This could be a big piece to get them closer to drawing even with Galaxy. Got a great overlook from Kliz. He's going to grab one, just try to pop his head up and down. Just gets that information. Will halt Galaxy for a moment as in went one as Geen finds that kill. Still holding these players back. What a rip that is from Critical. And is continuing to just condition Galaxy into hitting one at a time as Mystic will find a pair, and Unity Visual, they get very close to a full 60 on P4.
Yeah, once you take out once you have P4 in control, it is near to impossible. I do agree. It is a money hill, and it ties things up beautifully. And we were discussing before this match how this could be the battle of the entire tournament. It really, well, from the start, shaping up exactly how we want it, as the crews will drop down and will allow Galaxy to have some open control. And this is perfect for them. They can claim some good P1 positioning. They now flip the spawns to be more to their side, looking onto P2. But they need to be careful because Kliz and Critical are slowly pressing up. And you can see they want to make that push. But this still wide stance that Galaxy have is what's stopping them from flipping these spawns.
Yeah, so far it's been Galaxy on this P1 the second time. Unity Visual had a great P1 last time. Looks like they're just not able to put that together. They do send Mystic all the way over to P2. He's got a great spot, but he's going to need to play his life and stay alive. Get some players spawning nearby to try and help him out, but Yusuf has an opportunity to trap these players, but he's going to get taken down. Now again, it's all down to skill. It gets one, but gets immediately traded out. It's going to be Unity Visual with the first real points on this P2, but it's going to be a fast hit in. First, it's Choi finding one, getting a second. What is that from Choi? That's a great shot to find as the rest of his team floods forwards. He'll find number 3, and another one from a teammate as Galaxy rip Unity Visual off of that P2.
They weren't set. Unity Visual were not set at all, and that's critical if you want to rotate. Yes, you got one person who goes over, has to fend off, but you've got to bring your reinforcements in and get locked. And well, Galaxy just took advantage, was able to take out their hitman and slowly push in, and now they have this full control. Negatives though. They've done all that hard work. They got that break, but coming into P3, trying to be fluid on these rotations, Unity have that advantage. They've taken the L on P2. They've locked down this P3 side, and now they can start claiming those points once again. And P3, semi-money hill. That's semi-one. You can lock this down nicely.
Yeah, Wandell had such potential on that long flank. Doesn't quite cash in on it. This time it's Yusuf. Has a good spot. Needs to try and get something. Will get 2 for the side of Yusuf. Wandell gets 1 as well. It'll be the hill flip again. Like you said, a bit of a money hill. Not as much so as P4. The upside of maintaining that P3 control is it's not too bad of a rotation down to P4. You've got a nice drop down, and it'll get you pretty close. But you still see teams, even with control of P3, rotating off early, and we're going to see that. Wandell already down to P4, looking to hold this through, but a little bit too much presence from Unity Visual to try to make that work. Geen and Kliz combining for a 3 down, as it's going to be just a rest of the scrap over to Galaxy, and Unity Visual going to try to find a money hill on P4.
If you're wondering, you saw 4 of the 4 players off from Galaxy. Why didn't Unity go for previous? There's 0 point, guys. They're at 0 point. Instead, they're locking down, making sure they have full control. But I tell you what, this break is coming in quick. We said it's muddy, but I tell you what, Galaxy broke it in and made it their point. And it almost feels that Unity had a fantastic start, but the pressure of Galaxy is slowly eating them alive as they can't find a way to break back in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good night, sweet moon. Galaxy have this control.
Yeah, it's time for maybe one more hit. Wandell, though, he's getting active. He's getting 1, 2, almost 3, and he will find it. What a timing from Wandell. And that's a beautiful way to confirm the rest of P4. And they're going to get that rotation over P1. It's still green in a good spot on P1. Got a little bit of help from some teammates is still pushing through old Wandell. A little bit of an awkward spot trying to make his way around it. Look at the flank from Choi, but the rest of his team falls in the meantime. So this flank might not cash in as much as they were hoping for. Choi will find one. Needs to reload, though, before he can find anything more than that. So Unity Visual, they'll get some points on P1 initially as Geen will win a big gunfight near the turret. As still, Choi will find 2. Mystic will call in that Hellstorm, but it only finds 1. A Semtex on the side of it will find Choi as Unity Visual keeping it gray for now. They'll try to find their way in, but it's contested. As Galaxy, they've got a big lead, and they're looking to end it sooner rather than later.
Galaxy don't need to pressure here. They don't need to go for the aggression onto P1. They know the power they have had from the first and second rotation onto P2. So they're playing the waiting game here. They're going to try a pop opportunity like now to get a few seconds on the board. But the reality, they're looking to P2. They know their strengths. And Unity, I don't blame them. Rotating early, making sure they can deny this lockout onto this P2. But unfortunately, it looks like Galaxy are here to end it on this point. They have that wide stance. They got themselves locked, but 2 off on the side of Galaxy. Even piece from each side might be an opportunity for Unity to create one last opportunity. 10 seconds left to make one final push.
It doesn't look like it's enough, though. Mystic will finally get onto the point. Mystic has been absolutely frying so far on this map. And he'll find a couple from the help of Critical. 35 and 19 is an absolutely absurd KD, especially since the rest of the team, it feels even, but the rotations have just been so good from Galaxy. Look at that shallow. They're going to find the rest of the hill, and that will be the map. Galaxy with a fantastic break will find map 1 and set themselves one step closer to the grand finals.
A brilliant start. Honestly, a lot of aggression going in for Galaxy, but it was controlled, and that's something we don't see very often with younger players, is being controlled, being patient, and pushing up as a unit. And Galaxy demonstrated that idea of teamwork and working all for one and one for all. Unity, yes, we're seeing, these pushes, which are seen on our screen right now, where they are pushing into sites, create that opening, and then try and hold point with the individual skills. It's all great, it's all beautiful, but the reality is that you've got to be together forever. You can't just go one at a time. And Unity, they have individual talent, just not the overall package on that hard point.
Yeah, I 100% agree. The trades were immaculate for the side of Galaxy. I think Unity Visual, especially Mystic, was playing out of control. I mean, that is a brilliant map from an individual standpoint, but I agree, their team play just wasn't quite there. Their trades were a little bit lacking, and that led to a lot of the more extended fights where they did have spawns ready to go to try and, for example, re-hit the P2 after the break before Galaxy can get set up. They just weren't playing off of each other quite perfect, and it led to a couple big plays from Galaxy to hold on to points and really rack up some progress on, especially, I think that P2, the break on P4 they had was absurd. I mean, a great way to start a series for Galaxy, a tough one to lose if you're Unity Visual, but now you have to look towards a Vault S&D. It's going to be an opportunity. I mean, I've always said I'm a hater of Vault S&D, certified hater. It feels like a coin flip sometimes on that Vault S&D, but it's one that can get your momentum back into sorts, which is good.
Vault for me is always a to be or not to be. It never seems to happen. It always goes A. So I'm with you. Don't get me wrong. Fantastic map, brilliant for hardpoint, brilliant for control. But I just want them to move that A site so badly. And that being said, this is an opportunity for Unity Visual to capitalize on a map like this. This for me, and what I've seen from this hardpoint and my knowledge of Unity Visual as an org, as a team, this is the type of map that really should shine. Their individual skills will grow. Gren gets the first, and in doing so, gets things rolling.
Yeah, gonna be 2 as a trade back from Galaxy. That's a big 1v1 that'll go the way of Galaxy as well. Down to Geen in a 1v3. We're going to try and hunt down that player. Oh, the timing is just not quite there. Does eventually get that. But from the overlook, Yusuf, some great spots. And, I mean, the timer is just so little. As Geen, I mean, maybe just going to try and build a streak here. Already on 2. Maybe try to get your way towards an RCXD. But there's no way you're getting this defused. Just try to find these 1v1s. But just going to get completely mopped up. Galaxy, they'll find the first round.
They'll find the first round. But Graf, you called that a bit too early. There's still hope. There's always hope in those last few seconds, but agreed. This site is so difficult to re-enter, and you have to be mechanically perfect. This isn't one where strategy is gonna win you that a retake. It is mechanical skills. Can you get the first, and how good's your sense to flick on to the next? It is so tight and narrow, which is why I said at the start, I want this site moved, because it's once you planted and you have yourself a fairly decent, it could be even a NAF post-plant position, it's locked and you can do nothing from there.
Yeah, exactly. Especially since the attackers get there first. It always feels like the bomb is so close to going down. Mystic gonna win a really big 1v1, but he's completely surrounded. Will get taken down by Skill. A good flank opportunity. Skill gonna have a second one there. Geen gets a great stun. Can't quite collapse on it with the shots. As into the bomb room they go. Wandell is just going to completely fly in there. 3 on the board and an RCXD in his pocket. He'll leave the defuse to his teammates as a big second round for Galaxy. They set themselves up nicely for the rest of this map.
Wandell's feeling it. You know, a couple of extra bullets in the bodies. Yeah, this is exactly how Galaxy wants to play this game. They just took the L quite recently, and now they want to come back all guns blazing. And this is what I mean. If you're mechanically gifted, this is how Wandell be able to push himself in. That is perfect entry, perfect mechanics. I can't fault that. Galaxy feeling that rhythm and feeling the ride.
Yeah, now heading into a round 3 again. It isn't, but it feels like it's a round that you've got to at least make competitive for the side of Unity Visual. Going down 3-0 early is not something you want to see happen, especially if it's in dominant fashion. Kliz going to be down fast in towards the vault room, just trying to hold for control at the moment, as the bomb should be able to go down. Waddell just going to chow into Narnia and still find that kill. And even still, it's down to a 3v3 retake. Unity Visual, they're going to have to make this one happen. They've got a lot of map control to do it, though.
Even if you're looking down into Narnia, Aslan's there to roar, and that's what Unity Visual needs to do. Bring their inner Aslan critical, able to find one, and this gives them a little bit of hope. There comes the push in, finds their entry point, and in doing so, claim the entire round. And Unity showing and demonstrating that a retake is possible, but they did it as a team this time. They were demonstrating that force in numbers will absolutely outdo the less majority.
Yeah, 100%. There's a lot of angles to watch. You've got the 2 primary entrances, but if you just flood through, you can't have everyone holding that side. I mean, it worked out way better than even I think they expected. I think they expected to lose 1 or 2 there, but they keep all 3 up, kicking, streaks still live, closer to some RCXDs. There is still an RCXD online for the side of Galaxy heading into this round 4, but Unity Visual, they've got a point on the board. They're going to look to try and double it.
That's what they hope to do. The fingers are crossed and pray that they can get the moves done. Stalemate to kick things off. Well, I say stalemate. Kliz is going to find it a long-distance fight, but Yusuf in close, getting personal, and that's a brilliant opportunity to bring the defense up to the sites. And in doing so, now they have an opportunity, but it's down to Chewy. Left. to try and make that break come through, able to find one, but when there's everybody looking at your poor soul, it won't be enough.
Yeah, I mean, that is a very disciplined round from Unity Visual, especially, again, still building those streaks. They should have, if I'm not mistaken, at least one RCXD on board now, which could help, again, towards an attack round or towards something like a post plant. As Galaxy, they were the team to win those first 2 rounds, but they've dropped it a little bit. Still leveled out, nice and even. It's felt like it was Galaxy's on map 1. This one truly could go either way.
Really can, but it's early. No one's really demonstrating confident leads. At first, I was going to say Galaxy, but those 2 rounds quickly snuck away. And again, we're going to plant quick to A. So same strategy on both sides, except this time, 4v4 feels very good. Finally, Yusuf, first blood, and that creates an opening for themselves. There's the second, and in doing so, let's get them wiped. Let's make it flawless. Geen left alive, and the panic starts to set in, and it can't be done.
Yeah, I mean, an impossible 1v4, but a brilliant round from Galaxy. I mean, they took such good map control, and they really cash in on it. As now, it's going to be Unity Visual, the ones that have to respond. They've done it once before, and this time, it's only 1. As looks like we do have a lobby reset. Unfortunate timing, but not, you know, could have been worse. Oh,
maybe.
Yeah, okay. Unfortunately, it looks like we do have a lobby reset, so we might need to take it to a quick break, but we do have a little bit of time to talk about what we've seen so far. I think we've seen some good stuff out of both of these teams. Obviously, Galaxy's the team that's ahead right now and has been the team that's, you know, been the aggressors, and it's been Unity Visual playing catch-up, but I do think this one has the potential to go to that round 10, round 11.
It really can, and I feel it's going to be the battle of which team can lock down their post plant the best quickly. Because at the moment, we're seeing a lot of breaking, a lot of, and I don't want to be insulting to these young children, essentially, because they are, of course, under 18, but they're anchoring onto that A site is sloppy. They are not thinking beyond the site itself. But with a post plant on something like Vault, you've got to be positioning yourself on these off angles, maybe up in Sniper's Nest, or maybe off to the palm trees down south. You've got to be thinking of those type of angles that can capture anybody trying to push in early. This grants you that time to set up within the site itself. And in doing so, that one person who is looking towards the vault will then have time to realize the attack is coming from one direction, or vice versa. The one looking to the pool can then look at vault. So that's something that you need to be keeping an eye out, is how can they position 1 or 2 players to get on the outside and defend that poolside area.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I mean, all hunkering down in the vault is nice and good, but it leads to, again, those more coin flippy rounds, and that's why we've sort of seen these breaks come through a lot easier than I think even the breaking team intended it to be. As if you don't have to worry about a knife in the back, you can shoot as much as you want towards your front. And I mean, it's been doing exactly that for both of these teams, and I 100% agree, especially towards that palm area. It's such a great spot to watch for rotations, watch for the players trying to hit through pool, and even if you have just one player palm, having 3 hold lower vault, because they don't have to worry about that pool side at all, that's an impossible area to try and break through at that point. And, you know, there's a little bit more freedom for these players to really make something happen in these rounds. I mean, again, it's still a lot of individual gunning and trading out, but we do see, again, some streaks online. I am especially curious to see how these RCXDs will be utilized, if they even are. A lot of the time, they end up just sort of getting a bit of space, but obviously the kills aren't expected off of them.
No, a lot of people could hear the RCXD coming in and they just take a pop shot, get it gone. But the big question I ask you, Graf, is are we actually going to be seeing a B plant or even a B push? At the moment, it's been A. And at this point in time, as a player, and especially as a team, I would start preparing, start taking routes that grant you that advantage. Going through mid, drop down through vault, and get yourself set up to A. We're not seeing any B attacks here. We need to start seeing a little bit of a shakeup. And again, that could be the make or break that could give you that upper hand.
Yeah, it's tough. I think a lot of these teams are in a situation where the B could work, but it's something you don't want to invest a round into, especially in such a close game on a chance like that. We did see a little bit of posturing towards that side, but it's Galaxy up 3-1 in the blink of an eye. And it's, apologies, 4-1. It's down to skill in a 1v4. Will not even get the first, and a great turnaround shot as Galaxy. Unfortunately, the scores are reset, but it's 4-2. A big lead to bring into the rest of this map.
Hey, we saw what happened at the start. Galaxy took 2, Unity then took 2. Galaxy now taking another 2. If we're following the script, which was given to you, by the way, Graf, you've got to read page 5. Unity's going to get the next 2. According to the script, that is.
Yeah, according to the script, you know what? Unless nothing goes awry, I promise we're less scripted than the Super Bowl is going to be today. Jokes all
Depending
around.
on whose side. Depends on whose side.
Exactly. Now, jokes aside, I think Unity Visual obviously has the potential to really bring this back, especially with an offense round on board. They have a great opportunity. Look at the position of number 7 on your mini-map, Choi. He's got a great spot to try and work off of, but he whiffs on the backstab and will get taken down. Skill grabs one from the front side, but still, it's a 3v2 retake scenario. They have one holding each side, but it's a tough time to try and hold this down. The nades start raining in as it's Wandell. They'll try to find the first one. Will do so. Skill gonna get taken down. Wandell finding 2, but Geen gets that final trade. The numbers advantage cashes in, and Galaxy, they will find the round.
They'll find it, and brilliant work from Mystic. It's almost like he was listening to us. He did allow, well, the whole Galaxy allowed the players to get the bomb down, but he stayed by Sniper's Nest and played a defensive style of position on what is, for him in that time, a point to attack, and in doing so, able to catch a couple of the Unity Visual players off guard. The one, you said 7, who had dropped down over to by the hedges, so that was Chewy, down by the hedges, was able to quickly rotate and take him out quickly. So delaying has worked him brilliantly. We're not seeing anyone drop down in Vault. No one playing that aggressive one-on-one to A. We're still not seeing that B, but that's okay, you know? It's 5-2. And Galaxy are close to finishing it off.
Yeah, it's tough to say, as it looks like, again, an opportunity to make something happen. The 2v3. Gonna be a tough situation. Bomb is out in the open. That's especially damning for a round like this. Just trying to spam around, trying to find something. But it's so hard. As apologies, I don't know how I didn't notice this. We got the names backwards. So we're actually, you were 100% right. The script did kick in exactly where it was supposed to be. The score is now 4-3. As Unity Visual looking to try and find that round number 5, but down to a 2v1 it goes.
Well, the bomb's still horribly in the open, and now if you are Unity Visual, one last hope, one last opportunity to try and keep it alive, but it's not going to happen. And Unity Visual, well, thank you very much. They're going to say they put one on, well, sorry, Galaxy put one on the board. They bring this all back, and if I got my maths right, that's 4 apiece.
Yeah. 4 apiece, and you know what? They did exactly what you predicted. They fought back 2 straight, drew even. The script came to fruition, as now lying at 4-4. We're in a fantastic game. You know what? We're going to see round 10. Will we see round 11 is the question.
Big question indeed. But off to the races, the fine gentlemen go once again. And finally, bomb going north. It's going B. And if you are Cliz, you're sitting there enjoying this little moment because he's got all the information. Bomb goes down to B. It shall be, but 3 off, and Galaxy in a horrible situation here. And Unity defended it, read it like a book, and say thank you. We're on series match point.
Yeah, a fantastic response. I mean, I 100% agree what you said. Cliz is having a little excitement. He's like, oh, I finally get to do something towards this B side. Let that AR fly, as it's a big round to win. And I think that sort of goes back to what I said earlier, where we see teams a little bit hesitant to try to risk a round like that. But you know what? To their credit, that happened, and the risk didn't quite pay off, as now Unity Visual on match point, looking to try to close this out and draw level in the series.
Galaxy won't give in. They 1000% won't give in, and in doing so, you can see already Chewy sitting up top by B, making sure no present goes there. But in doing so, Unity Visual, they're getting it down. They want it quick, and in doing so, A site is where we're going to go. Cliz will get the first, and here comes that back and forth as it will get traded out 3v3.
Well, Cliz gets flanked, though, by Yusuf. That's a huge kill to find. That player towards Palm completely cleared out. Now only players left in the bomb room. Have some nades available on both sides. No trophy down, at least just yet. Mystic in an awkward spot eats half of a nade and gets cleared out. One from Yegeen almost finds a second, but it won't be found. And like you said, Galaxy not going down without a fight. We will see round 11, and it's going to be a winner takes all.
A little bloodbath going down inside the vault. Again, I spoke about it earlier when we started this. It is just pure mechanics, and in doing so, Yusuf just had the upper hand. A little bit of damage, of course, helped to make his life a little bit easier, but I tell you what a round 11 we have, and the big question is who's got one side. Unity Visual have defending. Think in the way I've been seeing in the past, I think Galaxy might have this. The attacking has just been flawless.
Yeah, their attack has been something to behold, that's for sure. They're going to make a play towards this A again. Get that bomb down fast. It's skill to find the first pick. There goes one player from Galaxy. Unity Visual, an opportunity, but Cliz having a hard time of things. You can tell that connection isn't exactly sound, but they're playing on regardless. They have to and they want to. Bomb plant down towards this A side. As it's Cliz still out of the fight for now. Is the rest of the team going to try and make this 2v4 retake happen? Cliz finally going to start to get active, but they're trying to wait for him. But that timer starts to become a real enemy.
It really is, and especially when you have 4 of the Galaxy members anchored inside. They're not playing any strategy, just make sure they're on point, make sure no one can get in. Again, it's going to give away his position, but this is where the opportunity to open things up. Skill gets one, there goes Wildle, and there's it done and dusted. That's reversed, so Galaxy took it. Galaxy will take the map, and in doing so, to bring them up to a 2-map lead.
Yeah, a huge win for Galaxy, especially getting the first 2 in a row, especially knowing you're going to have to come back to Vault for map 4 on a hard point. That is a huge map to win. It's going to have to be the full reverse sweep for Unity Visual to bring this series home. And you know what? It was an awkward map, especially with the reset and some awkward rounds mixed in there. But in the end, it was still an absolute barn burner. 11 rounds is exactly what you want to see.
Oh, it's beautiful. I love a good round 11, and in doing so, you could see that there was hesitation to go from the Unity Visual to go in for that defuse. They were preparing themselves and leaving the clock to run low, try and force some of Galaxy to step out, get too jittery, but Galaxy were just calm. They didn't make a move. They weren't even jiggle peeking. They were solid in one position. And when you're that confident and not jiggle peeking, that shows you're calm, relaxed, and confident that you can hold that line. It's unfortunate, but Unity Visual, again, you said it yourself, a reverse sweep has to come through. They're not out of this fight, and especially going into a protocol control.
Yeah, I will say, I have a little bit of insider information that I'm looking at now. These teams are getting heated at each other in their match chat. There is some passion here. There is some fight still left in both of these teams. And Unity Visual, you know what? That's exactly what they need down in this situation. You need a little bit of that passion, a little bit of that flair to try to pull something back into it. So I love to see that, you know, a little bit of that trash talk, a little bit of that, you know, that fire. I don't know. They need something. They're down 0-2, especially again heading into a protocol control that this Galaxy team has been so strong on. There's going to have to be another piece to that puzzle, and let's hope it's not lost under the rug.
Well, we definitely will be seeing that, but let's talk about protocol and the control, because we are not playing CDL, the Call of Duty League rule set. We are on this new season, and let me tell you, I'm actually glad this update has come through, because we're not playing in Courtyard. We're playing on the P2 site. That small movement making a humongous improvement. I did get an opportunity to play. I was playing a bit of ranked and got to play on that new site. I tell you what, it's a lot harder to attack. And I almost, in my opinion, makes it feel impossible to take that P2 position.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I don't think we've seen a team do it all tournament long on protocol control. I think it's been just Defender's Paradise, except for, I believe, one early series between Omit and another team, but that's more Omit being insane than that map being, anything resembling a good control map, because they moved it from a difficult location to one that's equally difficult, if not potentially harder. I mean, that P2 area, it doesn't have as many overlooks as the Courtyard has, but it's still, I mean, it's so open. I mean, we saw the P2s on the hard point. It was break, break, break. Galaxy was able to hold on to it, but that's mainly because a lot of the time they had first rotation, and on control, you're not going to have that luxury.
No, you don't have that luxury. And then on top of that it is an elevation change when you're walking in. If you go through mid, yeah, okay, 100%, you can jump on point really easily, but there's always an eye looking at mid. So that opportunity is not going to be there. And then when you do try and go through the Courtyard, you've got a ladder as one route, climbing up as one route, the stairs on the other side. It does make it near to impossible. And of course, naturally, a lot of these defenders can still hold out in their original defensive lockdowns, playing inside of HQ, being cheeky and playing inside of some of the crevices and the cracks, and being deep inside, playing up into zip. There are so many different angles that can benefit you as a defender, but there's no benefits as an attacker. P1, even pegging, I'd say P1, A site, even pegging. You can go and attack that equally and get an opportunity, but we'll have to see. We'll see if the CDL and Activision does make some more adjustments to that site. But right now, I feel a lot of teams are going to be vetoing this.
Yeah, I think the issue is you have this and Vault, and you can't veto both, really, a lot of the time. So they both feel like maps that, as the attacking team, feel almost impossible. I mean, that it's B on both of them as well. That just feels like a Herculean effort to try to get through. I mean, again, the only teams we've seen win on that side have been Omit for both of those maps, and that's the team to beat. That's the #1 top dogs. So, again, is it impossible? No. Is it highly unlikely? Definitely. But you know what? Sometimes when you see a team's back against the wall, that's what they've got to do, and sometimes they can pull it out. But I do think we have not too much longer until the map starts, thankfully, but I guess I've got to ask, with this map, with how you've seen these two teams play, what's your idea for who's got that edge, that little extra piece?
The little extra piece, I still feel there's a bit of evenness between the two teams. So as much as I could sit here and say that Galaxy will take it, I don't feel it's going to be an all-out Galaxy win. I think Unity Visual has the potential to upset here. They have the potential to go and claim it as their own. They just need to lock in and make sure their defense is solid. If it's anything but solid, I'm sorry, Galaxy will have you for breakfast. But we're right into it. The kills are already getting itself going. And I tell you what, it looks to be a bit of a landslide right now.
Do believe, again, it might be backwards on the Codcaster, but our overlay is correct. Unity Visual on your left in blue, Galaxy on your right in black. And another difficult situation to try and claw into. It's going to be a capture from Geen, trying to get their way on towards this A. And still, the tough situation. Choi finds a great flank angle. Wandell. Choi's gonna get 3. That'll completely stop the A offense as Galaxy tries to hold firm. Still up a couple respawns, but that A already 2 ticks gone.
It's 2 ticks, but I tell you what, the spawn trap can start to form. Well, I speak way too soon, because as soon as something good starts to happen, my commentary curse is just... it's horrible nonetheless, but full progression will be done. No surprise, A completed and A done and dusted. I don't expect anything here, but now it comes to that B. Now it comes to show as Unity Visual that you have this capability to lock down this site, and the feed is going blue, which, as a reminder, is Unity Visual. And getting this defended, getting this attack coming in, and even though they're down 2 lives, getting that movement going.
Yeah, basically drawing the life count even. It's still, again, very difficult to try to make your way up towards this B side. There was potential there from Quitical to try to make something happen, but just gets immediately shut down as the trades go wild onto the site. It's a lot of Galaxy in the kill feed so far. They're going to look to make their way to try to get this round. As a 3 streak from Skill, trying to make his way towards that Hellstorm, trying to stay up, stay loose. As Geen, awkward fight win will lead to him getting traded, or otherwise he might have been able to get out of that one. Yusuf, bad timing, will get picked up by Quitical. As still, it's a dangerous situation when you've only got 30 seconds left and the lives start to run dry.
Unity with 5, now 4, no lives remaining, and it's just a disaster for them as they're losing these gunfights and no progression, nothing can be done, and the horribleness of this point is showing tenfold. Again, tried to push in, but it does not work. 14 seconds left, not to be worried. Galaxy will take round 1. It's just a lockdown, but I feel that this is just because of the map. Let's see what they're like when the roles are switched.
Yeah, this could very much come down to a game of ticks. 3 on the board so far for Unity Visual. I mean, losing the round is not the biggest deal, as obviously that's quote-unquote the expected outcome. But getting those 3 ticks on the board is nice. You would have preferred something along the lines of 4 or 5, but I agree with what you've been saying. That B is just a nightmare to try to get towards. As now, Galaxy now going to have to try to make this attack happen.
Calm before the storm, and here's the storm as 3 dead from Unity. That is a poor start, and they're not happy with that at all. The quick progression will come in, and it seems like Galaxy, they're wanting the grands right now. They're wanting to get into this right away, and finally a resistance comes through before that 3rd tick goes in. My heart skipped a beat for a second, Graph. I honestly thought Galaxy was about to take that within the first few seconds.
Yeah, they got some pretty great progress. Almost found the rest of it, but not quite. As still, they're going to have to reset, re-aggress through the map again. But onto the point again they go, and onto the point, there it goes. Now it's time to try to make their way over towards B. They're up 1 life. Was 2, but now again 2. They've got a great extended player in Choi. Doesn't quite expect the timing of Mystic. Does get 1 regardless. As it's going to be a matter of can they drain lives enough to try to make this B site plausible. 3 down in the blink of an eye. And they start this B capture. That's exactly what they were looking for. But they need a lot more than that. They're going to need to kill these players that are flooding in. But look at the flank from Yusuf. Finds 1. Parades onto the front of the site. Will go their way so far. As 2 from the overlook. The Strider won't be enough. As Unity, they collect themselves and make another critical play.
Going deep, making sure you're drawing the players down south. I think it's the only way to open up this B site to grant you that, I wouldn't say an easy advantage, but make it life just a bit simpler. And in doing so, right now, they're not going to do a fancy play. They're just going to try and play basic, 2nd tick through. Are we going to see an attacking win? And this could be the make and break. They're stacking on point. This is where they need to get it done and dusted. Final few seconds. Galaxy have put an attacking round on their side. Holy mackerel. They want to get to grands quickly.
Yeah, they want their run back, and they won't be denied. It's a tough situation, especially on Protocol, to have yourself be 0-2 down in the series and the map. Normally, both of those numbers become 3 at the same time. And a big opportunity for Galaxy to cruise into the grand finals, to have their rematch against Omit, to try to make something happen. As it's going to be Unity Visual to have to do an absolute mountain to climb. They're going to have to do what Galaxy just did to them. But after that last round, it's not looking likely. Yusuf, you know they're feeling confident when they're doing 360s like that. And it will be, again, a 1-for-1 trade to start us off. Unity Visual will grab another life advantage as Wandell, he is flying deep into enemy lines.
Wandell wants to create that spawn trap early on, and that's exactly what Galaxy want to do now. He is still in the depth, he's still in deep, and in doing so, spawn trap started. The blender has been activated, and it is just a Unity Visual juice that's pouring out of it. It's horrible, and this is a map where spawn traps are the worst. 5 for Wandel as he continues. 6 for Wandel. Wow, he's getting those streaks going. I don't think it's enough for a Hellstorm, but in the feed, it was just Galaxy, 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 and 30 seconds is all Unity have to get some extra time.
Now, they will finally make their way over towards this A, but is it a short-lived respite is the problem? And the answer, it looks to be yes. Still only down 3 lives, but they need to get towards this A soon. They'll hop onto B temporarily just to freeze that clock and force some players over, but the rotation from A to B is a lot easier than vice versa. So the Strider kill again comes through from Yusuf. These players are just cooking. Oh boy.
No,
that's a little
Mystic.
bit of insult to injury from Mystic. He's been playing out of his mind this series. But the rest of his team stopped at the outset. Again, progress towards this A side, looking to try and finish off this point. Second tick there, looking for number 3, Yusuf. Big tag up on him, but Chewy grabs 2-1, dealt with a third, and another big cleanup. 10 seconds left, and they've got to fly. They've got to make something happen towards this A side, but it looks like they're going to get stopped at the outset. Galaxy will not be denied. They want their run back in grands, and they do it in shocking fashion.
Rematch coming, Omit v Galaxy. Let's bring this on. But credit where it's due, Unity Visual. They put up a fight in the first 2, but when it came to this horrible protocol, no surprise, it is disgusting, and I'm surprised this is not being removed and Hacienda kept in.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you on that one. I think this protocol, even with how difficult the attack is, Galaxy was still able to mount one. It took a huge effort. It took, I believe, what, a 3 down followed by a chain of like 6 kills to do it. But Galaxy was able to figure it out. They were able to put together a big attacking round, and it just set themselves up beautifully. They were already ahead on ticks, but that just basically guaranteed it. I think they're going to have their run back.
I think what helps as well is Wandel just has this nice ability to solo carry in a deep spawn. And yes, I always talk about working as a team and being one all for one and one for all, but Wandel able to go deep, create those spawn traps, and then also being able to go and spawn trap on an attacking side as well, creating that draw of players to go towards him. That's a lot of trust to put into a teammate who can be away from the game and not necessarily directly helping the site. So I love that belief. I love that trust. And they need to keep that going when going against Omit, because we know that the Omit squad, the Omit organization, let's be honest, Rafi's probably watching this and going, another victory probably in our books. This man knows what he's doing. He's just created a second challengers team, for God's sake. Like, the man knows how he runs. He knows how to train these kids. And that's exactly what Omit is going to try and do against Galaxy.
Yeah, I 100% agree. We've already locked up 4th and 3rd place, being KAOS and Unity Visual, respectively. The only one left is the grand finals. It's going to be Omit from winners, and it's going to be Galaxy from losers. But we're going to need a little bit more time to get that one locked and loaded. Be sure to not go anywhere, because it's sure to be a champion crowned. We'll be back right after the break.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Got the rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tend to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going
On the hill, careful though, you can see everything, but everything can see you, and Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse, almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1, doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
5 for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow, and Lawrence is able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up.
in 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So he we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to
be in. Yep, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn trap that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back, because he's on 6-3. Make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket, and he still wants more. He gets another.
Wow.
He's on 8, and this is more the Legacy we saw last game. This is the Legacy that comes and fights, and Super is still going with 9.
One of the points, Volatile is just going to hop on up the kill and be like, what's up, man? Go back to the respawns lobby, and as that's going to be 4 off on Cabal, nearly at 10 lives winning, and Volatile is still being an absolute menace here, playing his life. It's a smart thing to do. 26-16, now over 11 in the deficit.
It's spawn trap heaven. It is complete spawn trap heaven.
Wow.
There's 8.
Oh my
There's
gosh.
9. Volatile is on 9 kills. There's a cruise in his pocket.
Oh.
He's still going for 10. Volatile is running out of bullets, and Cabal.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Try to rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and bars, yellow.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a 2-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what Skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a 2-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Taken care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the kill. And Lurk's able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to be in.
Yep, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn trap that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back, because he's on 6-3. Make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket, and he still wants more. He gets another.
Wow.
He's on 8, and this is more the Legacy we saw last game. This is the Legacy that comes and fights, and Super is still going with 9.
One of the points, Volatile is just going to hop on up the kill and be like, what's up, man? Go back to the respawns lobby, and as that's going to be 4 off on Cabal, nearly at 10 lives winning, and Volatile is still being an absolute menace here, playing his life. Is a smart thing to do. 26 to 16, now over 11 in the deficit.
It's spawn trap heaven. It is complete spawn trap heaven.
Wow.
It's
Oh my gosh.
9. Votal is on 9 kills. There's a cruise in his pocket.
Oh.
He's still going for 10. Votal is running out of bullets, and Cabal.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Well, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delay track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
5 for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lurk's able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You still leaving us up.
In 9. Lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to be
Yep, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
but that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn traps that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back, because he's on 6-3. Make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket, and he still wants more. He gets another.
Wow.
He's on 8, and this is more the Legacy we saw last game. This is the Legacy that comes and fights, and Super is still going with 9.
One of the points, Volatile is just going to hop on up to kill and be like, what's up, man? Go back to the respawns lobby, and as that's going to be 4 off on Cabal, nearly at 10 lives winning, and Volatile is still being an absolute menace here, playing his life is a smart thing to do. 26 to 16, now over 11 in the deficit.
It's spawn trap heaven. It is complete spawn trap heaven.
Wow.
It's 8.
Oh my
There's
gosh.
9. Votel is on 9 kills. There's a cruise in his pocket.
Oh!
He's still going for 10. Votel is running out of bullets and Cabal.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah. Before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a little bit of control over to that B site. What he's going to try and do here is a delayed track tactic. Try and whistle out as many of the Unity players as he can. He's doing a fantastic
God.
Yeah, got to take a dip. It's the hot weather of the UAE, and skill, he's still peaking.
How well you can do on the water. Quite literally, the entire point is in the water. What I've seen so far, there's skill with a two-piece. That's what I'm seeing, but what I've seen in general on this hard point is that people who tend to swim just above the surface, using this little middle ottoman here for cover, tends to find the most success. That's exactly what skill's doing, and that's exactly why he's going 20.
On the hill, careful though. You can see everything, but everything can see you. And Legacy going big as Ruizzi goes for the defuse. Almost got it, but Underworld sneaks it away from him. It's a 1v1. Doesn't see him in the smoke, but is able to get the turn and burn in Underworld.
Fine for 3. Swag check. Finds a two-piece of his own. And that could be the break able to play his life. Take care of. One left to deal with. He has the cruise missile. SGP wants to put this thing away. Oh my god, Swag onto the 7. They're gonna have to continue to go massive. Big step up, that's gonna be 3 for him.
Once again, to try and win this round, still needs to find these players. Looking to try and find Confident. Will be able to catch him off guard, but it's gonna be Derek who's going for the chow. And Lurk's able to get the 1v2 victory. Oh my goodness.
Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up. Running away is easy. You're still leaving us up.
lose this round, just given the sides as Lux. That would have been up to him to win, but with 7.5 seconds to defuse. So here we go now, going into round number 3. Pick again is going to be in.
Yeah, nobody checks it except Lux might have gotten this.
Almost did, getting that 2-piece to begin the round. There's
Alex, and then he gets the.
But that is, again, surely going to be a valuable return on investment as Super from a distance use their MCW and put bullets through bodies, as now Omid is finding themselves in the same predicament as Legacy last round.
This is horrible. This is why people don't like high rise, because of the spawn trap that comes in. Super picks off one. He now moves to the opposite side, trying to see if he can pick off another one. Not going to be all too successful, and Super decides, you know what? I'll just start moving back because he's on 6-3. Make this 7. He's got a cruise in his pocket and he still wants more. He gets another.
Wow.
He's on 8, and this is more the Legacy we saw last game. This is the Legacy that comes and fights, and Super is still going with 9.
One of the points, Volatile is just going to hop on up the kill and be like, what's up, man? Go back to the respawns lobby, and as that's going to be 4 off on Cabal, nearly at 10 lives winning, and Volatile still being an absolute menace here, playing his life is a smart thing to do. 26 to 16, now over 11 in the deficit.
It's spawn trap heaven. It is complete spawn trap heaven.
Wow.
It's
Oh
8,
my
there's
gosh.
9. Volatile is on 9 kills. There's a cruise in his pocket.
Oh.
He's still going for 10. Volatile is running out of bullets, and Cabal.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Sweat a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Got a rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back, locked and loaded. It's grand finals action. Omid Brooklyn versus Galaxy. A big match to decide our champion. Galaxy, coming in from that loser's bracket, would have to do that reset. And Omid looking to stop it before that even happens. So we've got a pretty big match ahead of us, and a pretty interesting one at that.
Yeah, talking of keeping it interesting, kick things off with Skyline Hardpoint, probably the hardest hardpoints we have on this calendar. And it's just finicky, it's technical, it is very mechanical, but there is such a huge strat book that can be pulled out on such a minutely tiny map that it is really the division of if you're good or if you're good at this map.
Yeah, I 100% agree. After that Skyline hardpoint, we've got Hacienda Search and Destroy, Vault Control, Protocol hardpoint, and then Skyline Search and Destroy to end us off. So we've got the bookends of Skyline if needed. So a pretty interesting map set. I'm pretty happy with this. I think Skyline in the modes that we've got it on is not awful. I think Skyline S&D not my absolute favorite, but the rest of these are all great. The control being Vault. I mean, I don't think any of the controls are fantastic, especially since Hacienda ends up being a lot of teams' immediate ban off the board. But you know what? It's not what we saw for Protocol. So I'm pretty happy with that. But I mean, looking towards this Skyline hardpoint, I think it's pretty hard to not have Omit be the favorite? I mean, we saw them absolutely trounce a team earlier today on this map. Or apology, I think it was KAOS. We saw them absolutely dumpster on this map earlier. Sorry, I'm having a hard time with remembering. It was Galaxy that they did just floor on this map earlier today. So I'm surprised to see Galaxy let it through the bans.
It is what it is, and I think Galaxy are feeling confident after their great win that they did put forward against Unity Visual. So why not go head to head against the Goliath that we say Omit are, and it's been not the smoothest start from it, though. You look back at quite early phases of Omit in Black Ops 6, they haven't been that strong force that they were. If you went MW3, I would sit here and say, yeah, 100%. This is a team you need to keep an eye on, and they're the team that's going to take it all. But this addition to this game, this Black Ops 3, it's been hit and miss. We've seen the likes of Unity Visual, not Unity Visual, and Unreal Nightmare take a few games off Omit. So let's see if Omit have found their rhythm with Hyde, Nate, and Sovereign as the key three that we remember. And of course, Blizzy absolutely coming alive.
Yeah, Galaxy going to get some first initial points, but it's Omit. They find that first easy break. They get a little bit of map control. They're going to try and set up themselves up for P2 spawns. That's the big thing with this P1. The points are nice, but the P2 spawns are the real prize. As Skill, going to grab a couple there. Will get shut down after that, but still going to get his team a lot of spots to try to work off of. Sovereign going to grab one there onto Wandell after the tag from Choi, but Choi can't win that gunfight there against Sovereign. As the trade comes through, as P2 pops, and it's Galaxy the first one, or apologies, Omits the first one there.
No surprise, the Omit wants to start getting locked down, and P2, P4 are two areas that you could really start bringing that money, those points to your advantage, because you anchor someone at the far left and the far right, and in doing so, keeping those spawns on your side. And even when you just saw briefly, Omit lost it for a few seconds, could very quickly come back into the game, quickly rotated back onto points. So Omit off this get-go, pulling this lead, pulling some confidence, and what was that from Nate? Quick reactions as well. I think this is just going to be this very start, Omit, and Omit.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty hard to say it'll be anything but that for the entire series, but Galaxy, they've got some life in them. They're going to try and do their best, but that's a tough gunfight to lose if you're Sovereign. So that's going to give Galaxy a little bit of poise into this, trying to make something happen here as Busy. Apologies, Nate will get that kill. Codcaster's having a moment as usual. As a couple nice ones from Galaxy will give them some early control over this first P3.
Good control will massively help them. Just on the outside, Blizzy pushes in doing so, they're going to start to bring that opening for their side. And there we go. Points going to go back into Omit's favor. And slowly they're making their way to that first 100-point milestone. But Galaxy are putting up a decent fight on this P3. And just to add insult to injury, also holding these spawns quite nicely. So it's not all Omit as we predicted. Galaxy making its revenge exactly the way they want it.
Yeah, and a little bit evener than I would have expected, but the points don't really reflect it. The gunfights have been pretty even, but it's Omit with the great rotations to try to maintain control of this map. And so far, P4 hasn't seen an occupant just yet. Looking to try and make that happen is Galaxy. They clear out 3 from Omit, and it's a great 3 down. Sovereign will find onto 1. But it's not enough to keep these points from rolling. Galaxy gonna look to try to close that deficit. Nate trying to make something happen. Choi will find 2. A 3rd from Rondell. And a 4th from him as well. As a big 4 down will get Galaxy some much needed points on the board. We continue this P4. Looking to be a difficult one.
They need to get some points on the board. Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one to try and attack, but Omit are going to keep that locked in doing so. They're already looking to try and get that P1 position. as they slowly creep on forward. Finally, the points open up. Galaxy may have initial control, but look at the way Omit have flipped it over. They have that left side control, and now they could start to really bring the pressure onto Galaxy on that P1 as they have feeling confident on that left side.
Yeah, the confidence is very apparent. Omit not quite doubling Galaxy, but looking to get there by the end of this P1. As we do see Yusuf trying to hit alt route through the lower hills as Hyde gets that calm, trying to hit into an alt location. How do you win that fight, Hyde? That is absurd. As the rest of Omit continue to find their gunfights to continue to expand this lead, is now doubling the score of Galaxy. Is exactly where they want to be. They're going to keep this P1 nice and snug as Nate looking to try and grab the positioning for P2. Will get shut down there by Yusuf. As even still, Omit in the vicinity at least for this P2, but initially Yusuf going to shut down one there. It's busy. That goes down.
Even with a full hill advantage, Omit Brooklyn, they're still getting that resistance from Galaxy. Galaxy have that P2 rotation, but very quickly, Blizzy and Nate, now Sovereign, getting those critical kills, and P2 gets swift away with 40 seconds left. So Omit able to claim a lot of time here, and it continues to turn white in the feed. You allow Sovereign, you allow Blizzy to go, allow Nate to go and enjoy the roaming of this map, and they will do the cleanup work that's needed. They are locking this down. Omit,
Look at the streaks.
good hill control.
Barely anyone on Omit has died in a while. Finally, a couple will go down, but the streaks are still coming in big. One kill from Hellfire, and there... Oh, no, apologies. That's LDPR, not usable, but the Hellfire no longer on the board. Omit for a bit there had a spree where it was like 12 kills for them and 0 for Galaxy. And that gave them a huge hill advantage, and that even more advantage over the map as we head over to P3. Omit still in control and looking to get ever closer to that illustrious 250.
If once we get to 200 is where we put the fear of God into Galaxy, and especially when you're in the 100-point club. Me and Scav says all the time how disappointing that club is. Trust me, it's not all you can eat. It is disgusting and full of mice, and Galaxy continue to apply the pressure. They're trying to make these mini breaks one at a time. Finally, Yusuf with 3 makes the opening to try and bring some hope, but shut down immediately by the force of Omit.
Yeah, they will be able to get the remainder of the scrap, but it's a bit of a cold comfort. Sovereign was on 5 there for a moment, will get taken down. But even still, I mean, Galaxy, they're knocking on the door, but Omit is home, and they were hoping that wasn't the case. Omit, you know, I was a little concerned since they had a little bit of a break, a little bit of an opportunity, but it looks like they were resting, staying warm, and they're showing their colors in a big way. Galaxy onto this P4 for now. Omit, they have plenty to say about that. 2 down and his trade 2 back for Galaxy. We'll keep them there for a moment, but again, it's just Sovereign and Busy doing work.
Well, who else do you expect? Busy's a beautiful addition to this Omit squad. He is fitted in perfectly, and he has stepped up. And I would even go as far as saying that Busy is outshining Hyde, Nate, and Sovereign on multiple occasions, and that's always great when you have big names within the U18 scene. So he's comfortable, he's happy, but unfortunately for Galaxy, we really were hoping for Wandel to step up. 18 and 23, not where he wants to be. Chewy doing the work that's needed, but Galaxy, I can feel their faces in their hands right now, that they're almost starting to give in as the clock ever so goes close. 10 points to go.
Yeah, looking to end it on this P1, and plenty of time to do so is Omit. Nate trying to get that high, does go down. The rest of Galaxy will keep control of this P1 for now. Look at that shot from Sovereign. It's just so fast. As Sovereign still looking for more off the back of that spawn. Still trying to make it work off of this P2. Such little time left on the clock.
Little time left, and the contestants, some progression going in for Galaxy to make the scoreline look somewhat so more decent on their behalf, but it's still nearly 100-point gap. Nonetheless, Omit, map 1 done and dusted, 2 maps away from taking the U18 championship here. What a start indeed.
Yeah, this is indicative of how it went last time between these two teams. We saw this earlier today. I mean, Omit just really puts their foot down on these hard points. And, I mean, Galaxy, to their credit, had a great S&D to follow it up after a map like this. And they're going to need a hell of an S&D to fight their way back into this.
Talking of S&D, we're going to Hacienda. Honestly, a beautiful, brilliant map designed for this. And I know there's always that conversation of the balcony being added and all these doors and whatever, making the map horrible. But from somebody who is born, bred S&D style of game modes, whether that be in Counter-Strike, Valorant, Call of Duty, whatever it is, that balcony is a saving grace and a difficulty that people have to keep an eye on. But most of all, what a beautiful map to walk into. A map that really pulls ARs out to the average person. That's not the case here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, we did see, if I'm not mistaken, these are the exact same first 2 maps we saw the last time these two teams played earlier today. And the big thing for Galaxy on this map earlier today is their first bloods and lasering of the ARs on the head glitches up towards mid was great. They did a fantastic job of establishing that numbers advantage and maintaining it throughout the round through good trading. I think if they can do that, that's a great thing to see. The issue is with that, that's something that Omit has to give you. They have to chout into those ARs and try to get that first pickup. If they're a little bit more passive, especially on the defense, it could get a lot harder for this Galaxy side.
It really can, and it is something they have to keep being mindful. But you also got to be mindful that this is a squad that loves their SMGs. And the point I was trying to bring forward is that we're seeing a lot more SMG players taking light to what is considered a large map. But that upper section, we're seeing a lot of control over by square, open, closed, and basically the upper balcony. And, you know, I'll reference 100 Thieves because I watch God knows how much of their stuff. And it's so important you have that mid control. And even when you have it, even when it's on lock, it can fall apart very quickly. Or if you're optic and you just two-piece the entirety of Thieves, and I'm sure you guys know what I'm referring to, the minor disaster that it was. So it's really important. Mid control is number 1 on their priority list, and then when they want to apply this pressure, go in with force and then spread out and explode.
Yeah, we saw exactly that earlier today from both of these teams. So honestly, I think this will be the map that has the chops to go 11. It did earlier today. And I think it could again. This time with a much bigger prize. This time it's for the championship. Omit Brooklyn going to lead us off on an offense round. Looking to try and set the pace.
Well, off to the races the fine gentlemen go. And Bomb's looking to go to A, up through the balconies. Quite a safe position to try and clear out. But Sovereign and Blizzy gets the first 2 bloods. And in doing so, grants them a free opportunity to get that bomb down. But it's all with Chewy, who says, you know what? We're still here to fight.
Yeah, will still be the bomb plant that goes through, gets that timer started, and flips it. Now Galaxy, the ones fighting against it. It's Nate hitting this long route. He'll get it beautifully. As now it's all down to Yusuf. Will find... Oh, I thought it was a freebie. Still a little bit dicey. As Nate down to the 1v1. Will finish it off. A great start for Omit. A little bit of a mess up when they gave over that 2-piece, but they fight back, they play smart, and they convert the round off of it.
Yeah, Blizzy left in a horrible situation. He's already low on health. He went through a gunfight that was a bit confusing, and Omit were just in right place, right time. A beautiful rotation from Nate, and in doing so, just wrap all the way around. Boom, done, sorted. Get that rear control, and I love seeing that deep defending spawn control, because it really does open your opportunities on how to attack these sites.
Yeah, Sovereign gonna get a lot of information really fast. Speaking of a big piece towards this B side, a big defense and pushing back Galaxy, and it's just over. Blink of an eye, blink and you miss it. Omit, they're up 2.
This is going to feel very quick if Omit keep up the pace like this, but we said there's something behind Galaxy that we're just not seeing right now. Admittedly, Omit just positioning themselves where they can, as we just saw on screen, trade off quickly and have that backup or have a crossfire that keeps both players alive. And Galaxy don't have that position. Well, we didn't see it on the attack, on the defending side, and clearly not on that attacking. So that's something they've got to quickly fine-tune while they're playing this game.
Yeah. Now again, it's going to be a fast hit up. Same as last time. Yusuf, another awkward fight, will this time go Galaxy's way. And that time, Galaxy was ready for that same hit. They convert in the finest of margins, but they find it.
Were they listening to me? Because that is exactly what I told them to do. They worked together. They had a good cross angle in play. They just at the right place, right time, put Omit onto their back heels, and beautifully done. And one on the board. This is where you want to see them. You said it was a bit of a better fight when they came into the S&D last time, and it's still early. We're still early to see if Galaxy can pull back. We saw what happened against Galaxy and Unity. It went 2-2, 3-3. This situation could 100% unfold with this game as well, but off the get-go, First Blood is going to favor Galaxy. And maybe another round on the board if they get this right.
Yeah, there it is. 2-2, 2 in a row for each side. They've both proven they can do it on offense and defense. It'll be interesting to see which of these teams breaks this deadlock first, or if it'll be decided in a round 11. As Galaxy, again, They did very well on this map previously, and a lot of it is just dependent on a full utilization of those First Bloods.
It really is. Once you get that First Blood, it's stating the obvious. You got the man advantage, but it's not just the man advantage. It's that confidence that comes with it. So you've got to carry that happiness with you. And talking of happiness, Omit's going to be happy with the first 2 kills there. They may have lost 1, but they have control of this A site. Bomb down in a horrible place as well, out in the open. And Galaxy left scratching their heads on how do we retake this. Sovereign's found 1, and another one has found another. Omit, round on the board, Pendulum, swinging back to Omit.
Yeah, Omit answers your question. How are we going to get this? The answer is you don't. We hold you back. We stop you before you can get anything going. As Sovereign cleans up the rest of the round, and you know what? Omit, they're putting themselves in a good spot. They're the ones staying ahead. If Galaxy's playing catch-up the whole game, that's something you're pretty satisfied with against a team as strong as them. As now, it's Galaxy, this time on offense. They need to make something happen. They need to draw apologies on offense. Right, sorry, I forget. Codcaster is a beautiful thing that doesn't bug whatsoever. But Galaxy, ready to go. Fast towards B. They should be able to get something going. Free plant down. How much space can they get off of this for free, though?
Bomb down. Quick plant to A. No surprise at that. No attacks on B just yet. Sovereign finding that far distance nade to get an easy kill. Now comes post plant. Something that Omit are struggling to break through right now. 25 seconds left. There's still plenty of time, and the feed will turn blue. Galaxy got it on lock. They did not allow a single foot to touch that site, and Omit, all that confidence slowly slipping away here as they're seeing the full force of Galaxy.
Yeah, this is what Galaxy does best. They take a free site, they establish the space, and they make Omit fight for every step of it. to try to get towards that retake. And I mean, if you're running into ARs like that, it turns into a tough spot. It's now Omit. This time, it feels a little bit more dicey. Back and forth they go. Which will be the team to break the deadlock first? Is again the question. Omit looking to try to do it towards this B side. A fast hit and one where there's only one player, Wandell there. He'll fall back and relinquish the site to play this 4v4 retake.
It's beautifully read as well. Galaxy know exactly that Omit pushed here. Got their players up north as quickly as they can, but Nate's going to get that first blood. And in doing so, now comes the pressure from Chewy. Chewy finding, well, I thought he found two. It's Chewy and Yusuf getting a beautiful piece here. 2v2 bomb didn't go down, and Omit left exposed here. No surprise. I wouldn't be too surprised if they try and force a rotation. Yusuf able to find the bomb carrier as well. 1v1. Hyde versus Yusuf.
Yeah, a huge kill from Busy in that 2v1 scenario. Not even tradable for the side of Hyde. What a shot that is. Omit get another round. That one is a dicey one, though. They're showing the cracks in the armor. They're showing that they have to go all the way into the bag to pull out the tricks like that. But Nate will find that shot, and they will take a round no matter how they can get it.
I'll tell you what, they also found the cracks in the map. I love that, Hyde. It was only a fraction of a second, but I saw that he was pulling out angles and sightlines that are pixel wide. If this man's face is not pressed up against the screen, you should be starting to, because those little cracks, those little positions can make and break a game. They're probably going to get patched later, but take advantage while you have them now. Brilliant work for finding that little angle.
And Nate gets a lot of damage and will finish up with that player. And again, it's the bomb dropped in no man's land as Choi. We're going to try and turn this around. Shot through the gate. Will get it with the last bullet. A huge one to pull this back as Hyde now in a 1v2. This would be an absolute backbreaker of a round to lose. It looks like for now, he might have guessed correctly. They're coming over to him. He's going to have a fantastic opportunity. How much is the patience there? Will it wear thin for the side of Hyde? Needs to find this kill. Will get one. Tagged up and traded down. Galaxy back level at 4 apiece.
Brilliant work. Hyde had it right. He had the right sight, but of course, skill is just there for the trades. Once he found the first shot to go down, Hyde didn't have that time to go and react. And this is the way the buddy system is so powerful in those 1v2 scenarios. Yes, it is so easy to go spread yourself out and cover both sides, but then you leave yourselves open. Brilliant work, and this very potentially could go to that beautiful round 11 for all the viewers at home. If you're Omit Brooklyn, they don't want this round 11. Galaxy don't want this round 11. They want it done and dusted. Bomb going north.
Yeah, looks like it'll be, again, an uncontested B side. RCXD will spot out skill and spot out that potential for the player nearby. Choi's going to grab that first blood onto Sovereign. A great one to find. Hyde going to be thanking his flak jacket to live through that. But even still, it's a 3v3 and Omit. They are so far in towards Galaxy spawns that I think it's so hard to read this skill. He's got himself a decent spot to try to find this, but he might get caught by surprise from where these players are coming from. Does, but gets out with his life. As the bomb plant comes down towards this A side, it's a trip around the globe for Omit, and they're looking to make that globe spin and the map theirs.
This is where we're going to see Blizzy come alive. He might have spotted skill if he times this right in the feed. Yes, he does. Now, Chewy. He's been a playmaker from the get-go. He's got to find a play to able to fend off the last of the Brooklyn's. 23 seconds left on the clock, and so plenty of time to go for that attack. 1v1. Wandel and Nate.
So lethal.
And the thing is, if you're Wandel, you can't really go for this defuse because you just have no idea where Nate is, and that's exactly why. He could just come out the very last second and take you out. Omit on map point, looking for a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, it's going to have to be 2 in a row from Galaxy. We've seen them do it once, but not while they've been down. It's going to be a tough road to redemption, but it's one they'll have to tread regardless. You cannot afford to go down 0-2 against a team as strong as Omit. We see Nate on this streak, 1 kill from an RCXD. To my knowledge, there's not many other score streaks available right now. Potentially an RCXD lurking, but not one that I've been able to keep my eye on. As again, this time, it's going to be Galaxy thundering through mid, trying to get this control. They spot out Sovereign. Can they find the shots? It's Sovereign and Busy to find 2 huge kills. Hyde gets the 3rd, and it's down to Yusuf in a 1v4.
It's a huge battle if you're Yusuf, and it's not going to happen. Omit, Brooklyn, 2-0 on the map count. Add 1 on Producer because they are being like Medusa.
Yeah, a crazy map down to the wire, but right at the 9th hour, Omit just turn it up. And it's a crazy map back and forth. I mean, look at the damage numbers. So consistent aside for Sovereign, who was a little bit more of that space holding player. And I mean, Omit, not to say it was unexpected, but they have found themselves up 2-0, heading now into a vault control.
Yeah, and this is a very difficult position to find yourself in when you go into a vault control. We know how balanced this map is. We know how everyone loves it. And if you're Galaxy, you've taken 2 hard losses here that really aren't going well for you. And this is the point where you've got to play on your mindset because it's 20% skill, 80% mindset. And if that mindset has lost, you've lost the war. You go read I've forgotten the book. I'll remember it later.
It'll come to you eventually.
It's a Chinese book.
Oh,
Something.
The Art of War?
The Art of War. There you go. Thank you.
Okay.
Literally,
I wasn't sure if that was the one.
It was that one. Yeah, I have the Chinese page version.
Ooh, that's nice.
Yeah,
I mean, they're going to have to pull out every line of that one if Galaxy want to come back in this series. I mean, they don't even just have to get this reverse sweep. They're going to have to take in another entire series as they did come from the losers bracket. Omit, I mean, they're looking to slam the door. They're in prime position to do so. They're set up, ready to go. And I mean, they're in a situation where that's more than expected. If not here, then on the hard point.
Yeah, it's gotta be one of the two to finish it off. But yeah, of course, Omit wants it done on Vault. They want it done and dusted. But if you're Galaxy, like, what can you bring forward? What can you do to try and upset Omit? One is pure basic. Make sure your fundamentals are 10 out of 10. The other route you play is the risk and reward. Play these fancy tricks. Try and attack B off the get-go to get that control, get that early advantage, or play splits, 2 go to B, 2 go to A. See how you can handle, see how we can get this Omit squad flustered here.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to pull, as I said, basics or those. If you're Omit, again, similar situation. You play safe and you play with those basics, you play with those channeled positions, but we know the squad. We know how confident this team is. They're going to be pulling the bells and whistles and confetti. They're going to play for some trick plays.
Yeah, I think Omit one out of here. I saw in their chat earlier, they're like, yeah, let's get this over with. We want to go watch the Super Bowl. And you know what? I mean, they've set themselves up in a position to make that sweep happen. And I 100% agree with you. It feels like Galaxy need to do something a bit extra. Whether it is that risky play, whether it is just turning it up to 11, whether or not that's something they're capable of is what they're going to have to decide amongst themselves. If they want to go for something risky, like you said, like a B play, if they're able to get top art control early, potentially rip 1 or 2 players off of that. Once the B is over, especially if you're not down too many lives, that A should come naturally. And it's a situation where you have to do something. I think you can't afford to fight Omit on an even play. That's something that will never go well for you if you're Galaxy. As we start loading in, this could be the one that decides this series.
It really could. And of course, naturally, we want to make it clear, we are not trying to side and say that Omit's going to take it all from the get-go. It's just, they're talented in the way that this is what we quote what we see. This isn't us being biased, is what I'm trying to say. This is genuinely what we see. But off the get-go, Omit, we said they were all the big old end-all and the holy marys of all, but that start definitely didn't read anything that was positive. Finally, some shots on the board.
Big upside, though, for Omit. They have top art control. They could go for this B play that you were alluding for Galaxy to go for. As with top art control, they will lose it there as Choi gets a nice kill there. Still possible to try and get a tick. They will get one down early. It's going to be continual fighting from Galaxy. They'll rip them off of B, but now back towards A we go. High needs to win this 1v1 and will do so. As it's again... Galaxy feel like they're playing catch up a little bit towards Omit's rotations, but they continue to be up lives consistently.
I tell you what, getting one tick onto B, that's a success for going for that B start. Now you have two options. You play that continue to double down and play that risk towards B, or you play back to basic, get that A progression. Yes, you've sacrificed time. You'd have like a minute 30, minute 40 when you finish up this A point, but you now only have two ticks to attack. But I tell you what, why not just go for one? Let's go for a split here, as you have the likes of Nate in deep, now hide in the position of Art. They've got mass amount of control, and they could slowly start to finish up this A point.
Yeah, the A tick wasn't quite there, though, so that's going to get reset back down. As B, again, the site of attack. Nate needs to win this one and will. Big gunfight win if Omit decides to go back towards this B side. Whether or not they just hold the space is up to them. But they have a full stack up of 3 onto this A side. Hyde just barely missing out on that gunfight win. It's frozen at 15.9 seconds, but they'll get an extension up to 12 lives left for Galaxy. And they're down in more ways than one. They need to find something here. Sovereign is absolutely frying as this B is more than ready for the taking. Busy with the knife kill and those. And it shows that they're feeling it.
Two
second
on the
tick
point.
found.
2 on the point. It's done and dusted. From the way it looks, it has to be one last lunge. No one's close enough. Brilliant work from Omit Brooklyn. They took the risk off the get-go, get that first tick done. They played safe by going back to A, finish it up, allow an extension on that time to then finish up the work. But it was just smooth control over to Art early that really upset Galaxy here. So you've got to be mindful. As much as channels are being taught amongst these players, yes, A is attacked with the lower and middle channel, but you still got to keep an eye on that northern because of those trick plays.
Yeah, I think that Omit, just due to having that art control, I mean, when you have a player top art and then 3 stacked on A with no one really in the vicinity, that's a almost impossible situation to fight your way back from if you're Galaxy. They tried their best, but they just weren't able to really clear that player out efficiently enough before that stack rotated over. As now it's Galaxy's turn to try to do what was just done to them, but they get completely shut out at the outset. A 2-for-4 trade is a brilliant start for Omit.
Yeah, and now they're going to start pushing themselves forward of no surprise. Spawn Trap is the worst on this map. You think Protocol's bad? Nah, this is the one. If you can get your players up by Hall, get 2 to P2 cross, and just situate yourself around there, or even sit in Trophy, you're done and dusted. But thankfully, Galaxy able to break out of that trouble very quickly. 3 off, and now once again, all that hard work they did getting out, they're back at it again. And Omit, they really want to get this done before the halftime show.
Yeah, they want to go see that Kendrick performance. That's what I'm sure they're talking about right now. And they're having a great time of it. Up 4 lives, giving over a little bit of control of this A side. 1 tick should be found momentarily, but they fight forwards and they go down. A huge 3 down for this Galaxy side to potentially get a second tick, maybe even fully capture this A side. As the timer wasn't their main problem, but it's one that they won't have to worry about as they finish this A up, as it's going to be the B defense on deck here for Omit. 1 player already going to touch it. Sovereign again, top art with that AR trying to let that fly. It's Nate and Sovereign just completely shutting it down as it's 5 in a row for Omit.
And now once again pushing forward. The spawn traps from Omit haven't been very successful of the first 2 attempts, this time they've got themselves deep, they've got themselves more in control, and they're able to send reinforcements to constantly put that pressure on. So this is looking a lot better of a spawn trap from Omit than it has from the last 2 times. Almost double the lives left, and Galaxy, they're left scratching their head because they know that Omit took this attacking round away from them, and so they will take this defending as well.
Yeah, unless there's some kind of miracle, 4 lives against 12 against Omit is a recipe for disaster. But if you're Omit, it's a recipe for a championship. As 11-3 it lies. I mean, the timer isn't an issue, but everything else is. Your map control is nigh non-existent, as you still have to soldier on through. 2 go down, 1 more to follow as Omit. They'll find themselves a second round. The melee for the disrespect to polish it off. They want this championship, and they want it now.
1 more round if you're Omit Brooklyn. 3 if you're Galaxy, and it is such a hard position to see yourself in, and Galaxy are in a way crying right now because they need something. They need a play just to go their way. All they can rely on is the advantage that is given to the defense, the advantage that they are spawning just that little bit closer. And they'll have to use it. As off to the races, the fine gentlemen go.
That's going to be an opportunity. I think the one opportunity Galaxy has is they, again, are expected to win this defense round, get a little bit of momentum under their belt, try to make something happen. But Omit, I mean, they are just flying through. They've got early control of this A side, and they're going to make these lives difficult. Busy, already looking to try and get some art control on the minimap. He's still all the way behind enemy lines. He's in a great spot. Will eventually be cleared out, but a lot of lives down the drain if you're Galaxy, and it feels like Omit might be trying to intentionally win on lives here. It almost feels like that's the case, as they could have had some free progress on A. They will finally take that now. It looks like they just wanted some initial map control to go alongside it. 1 tick down, looking for more, but in an awkward scenario with some people over the catwalk above him.
No, it's smart. Get that map control. Make sure you have a player who is deep, who can feed you that information constantly. And then you can start making that progression going through. They're not worried about their clock. They know what they're capable of doing. So Omit, playing with time, and talking of time, a minute 50 to play with is perfect for them. They've got plenty to work with. But of course, Busy, as you just kind of half mentioned, inside of Arc, causing chaos. Finally, a reset that Galaxy can use against Omit.
Yeah, down 3 lives, but now they've finally got them where they want them. They've got them put into a very small amount of space. As Choi looking for a backstab. Sovereign does get cleaned up by a teammate. A little bit of a save there for Galaxy. Only down 2 lives, and the timer starts to come into play. Busy sits them down. What is that? Still looking for more onto the point. Sovereign and Busy get 2 more. And now it's a 3-stack onto the point. Looking for that first tick. It's already gone. Looking for even more. Choi has to make something happen. It's a 4 down in the blink of an eye. But 1 tick already goes Omit's way. They're still up a life. They're not done just yet in this round.
They're not done, and Omit, they're left on the back burners once again. They've got to redo all that hard work, because let's be honest, Galaxy this time round ain't making it too easy. Nate's able to find 1, Blizzy in the feed, get another, but still, Galaxy are pressed forward. 50 seconds still left, and lives still fairly even, so something to factor in throughout this game is this could still go into Galaxy's favor, and this game can still continue.
That's tough. Down 7-9 on the lives now. Omit looking to try and make this happen. They have 35 seconds, plenty of time. They could play this similar to Team Deathmatch if they want to. It's a dangerous shot there. They'll pick up a couple, drawing even, and now ahead on lives. Onto the B site they go. Halving this tick right now. 6-6 we lie as the trades continue to flow through. Up a life even still. Out of respawns, now down to 3. Omit are knocking on the door, as now both teams out of respawns, but Galaxy in a 2v4. And Omit, they want this. They won't be denied. It's Busy to find one more, and Wandell in a 1v4, looking to try and hold the back, looking to hold the line, but there is nothing you can do against the Titan of Omit. They will storm on through undefeated in this series, and they make that winner's bracket run look easy.
They really have, and Omit just demonstrated how to control the game. Even when they're pushed back, there's a quick pause. It's a small pause that comes from Omit before they go right. What we did was worked. It was the right place, right time. Now let's go and attack like this to try and spice things up. And Omit just can think on their feet. This young squad know how to adapt quickly, and pressure is something they've not seen. It's credit where it's due. Championship theirs. They're happy. They're celebrating here.
Yeah, I mean, well deserved, well fought for. They make it through the winners bracket. They've dropped, if I'm not mistaken, 2 maps all tournament, and I mean a dominant victory, and one that they are well entitled to their celebration and rest. They take the cup. And alongside it, that will draw our broadcast down to a close. It's been an absolute treat of a tournament. I've been so excited to do this one. Getting to see all of these matches was truly great. But with that being said, there's not too much left.
No, not too much there. Thank you, Graf, for joining me for the grand finals. Of course, you did all the others as well, so we should give you a big thanks for that. And of course, the massive production team that we have running this stream. And of course, you can't forget the man, the myth, the legend. That is Dash, who hosts these events, keeps everything flowing, and gives everyone the connection. Because don't forget, scouts are looking, the likes of Syracuse, the likes of St. Clair, and God knows how many other universities that go and look at U18. Scouts are looking and wanting that information, bringing them to their colleges. So that is a very, very handy thing. Gav, I'll leave it to you to finish it off.
Yeah, big thank you again for everyone that stuck around this whole time, especially those that are watching this instead of the Super Bowl. You know, there's some that don't care, but there's many that do and still come out here to support. You know what? Maybe we'll have some more. I mean, I know we'll have some more for you soon, but that'll be all for tonight. Again, big thank you to everyone and our production team. Another big shout out to GamerX Society, our longtime sponsor and partner for these streams. And with that being said, that'll be all from us. Have a great rest of your night.
U18 Esports is here with our friends at GamerX Society at the LA Tech Week event in Santa Monica. We're going to be playing some games, having some fun, and giving away some prizes in a special 1v1 showdown event from our friends at GamerX Society. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Be the first case like John, got it. Whoa, be the first case like. Be the first case like John, got it. Anything wrong, my dogs got it. Them boss I call shot. Spread a few bags at the raw spot. Where you been? Try to rock popping at the hotel. Better run the play for him. Yeah, before I hit the plate, make the house smell. Throwing up trays and Marshall.
Yeah, they do have to find something different, but Encourage is going to get that opening peak, and now he's got a